Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. More and more days of League of Legends lie not only today, but also in the weeks ahead. And I am here for it. If you were here for it Split 2, you better be here for it Split 3 as well. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Rude Dude, and we have on tap a pretty interesting set of games here. The first one being JDG IG. Yeah, you're getting the main course right away. But then after that, an interesting match in Group Nirvana that does have some pretty big implications even this early between LNG and Thunder Talk. I'm really excited, Rude Dude, especially because JDG's first game, right? This is going to be really big to see how these roster changes pan out for them.
Yeah, exactly. This is our first opportunity to get a look at the new style, really, of this JDG roster. Let's see what it is that they've, been looking to build up, what it is that they are actually going to be able to do with, a couple of changes that they've already made. And, it's a little bit more of a look at to see how this IG jungle change is changing out as well for them. And I do think that going through this series, it is going to be that jungle role that we need to take a little bit of a closer look at and really see, to test whether or not this is working for IG, whether it's helping out JDG as well.
Happy to always look at these teams and these players under the microscope. But first, we got to pull out the whiteboard because we do have our standings so far. Now, there hasn't been a ton of games played yet, but Top Esports still at the top of the table right now. Not much has really changed. The only blip that they've had was their Split 2 playoff performance. And then when you take a look at Group Nirvana, that's only 10 matches this time around, so double from 5 in last split. But already we're starting to see things take shape over there too.
Yeah, we are, and we're getting a decent look at where certain teams may be laying. I mean, Ultra Prime certainly looking like they could struggle, maybe having LNG potentially a little bit of a glimpse at struggling later on, and for EDG as well, maybe a bit of the shining star that I wasn't necessarily expecting. 2-0 beginning for them, and with 2-2-0s as well, importantly. If you take a look at their win-loss, the +or-4 indicates to you that they've lost no games so far, so this is a really good start for EDG, and then the question obviously becomes how much can they extend from here, and what sort of a team are we looking at for the Nirvana stage.
And it's really interesting to take a note of is that, with some changes that have happened to FPX and the start that Team WE has had, remember the top 4 Nirvana teams will face the bottom 4 Group Ascend teams in the play-ins, much like the Split 2 playoffs. So EDG and NIP looking to get back to Group Ascend and right their wrongs from Split 2, and EDG right now in prime position if they can just hang on to that first seed. But obviously there's a lot of league to play down there. Now let's set our refocus here to the first game of this, or the first match of the day today between JDG and IG. We already alluded to it. We do have some roster changes for JDG. If you've been watching for the first couple of days, you'll note that IG also has a change, but the roster is Xiaoshu, Shun, Scout, Pays, and Wink for JDG.
And importantly as well, it's those 2 new pieces that we are going to be taking a little bit of a look at for the time being in Xiaoshu and Wink. Obviously, Wink coming over from many different rosters previously and having a really big show, I think, now on this JD roster, maybe the biggest stage that he's been a part of. Previously a part of IG as well, so not necessarily unfamiliar with this limelight, but for Xiaoshu as well, a player that had a pretty middling, I'd say, couple of splits to start out 2025, but finds himself on this JD Gaming roster, and now he's going to have to perform big time.
Yeah, I didn't think that Xiaoshu was really a candidate to move up from Nirvana to Ascend, right? There were a lot of players that we had, talked about, like, hey, maybe they can move up. Like, Zico was a good example that we'll see him later. He's still with LNG, but, Xiaoshu going to have some decently sized shoes to fill, as expectations were really high for Allah coming into this year, and he wasn't really able to live up to them. And one other mention that I want to shout out here, because he doesn't get a portrait himself, but his name is at the bottom. Clearlove is the new coach for JDG, the legendary jungler for EDG, one of the legends of the LPL scene. And listen, I don't know what this is really going to do for the team because, Clearlove as a coach has not nearly been as prestigious as a player. So.
And this was a really big move as well, right? Like him leaving his legacy organization previously, spent tons and tons of time with EDG, but leaving that to pursue a coaching spot at a theoretically higher performing roster and higher performing team, you know, there's a lot of pressure on him as well, especially with the start that we're starting to see come through from other teams in this group Ascend. There are some very large gaps to try and chase, and you know, if we don't have this really big standout performance from Clearlove to start us off, we may end up seeing you know, some sort of backlash for that.
I do wonder if he's going to be able to level up Shun in some way, right? He's obviously fantastic already, but if that guy could like find another gear that just somehow exists in the hands of this, in the brain of this League of Legends player, that would be absolutely incredible. That would instantly put him as potentially one of the best in the world. He kind of already is up there a little bit. One thing that we showed for a short second there is the roster changes overall and the comparison from Split 1 and 2 to Split 3. It's just the change in the bot lane at support and the top lane. It's Ala, it's missing. And I think that we really need to see Xiaoshu and Wink do what these guys couldn't, right?
Yeah.
There were a lot of questions about if Ala can play these carries because he was fine on tanks, but the carries really weren't there, and Missing was just kind of there sometimes and really didn't make that impact that we expected him to.
Yeah, for the support role, definitely for me, a much more warranted change. We definitely had several instances of Missing just not being present on the map, and certainly struggling with vision, getting caught. You know, this is not something that was unfamiliar to the JDG casting experience of just going, oh, Missing's died again. You know, that's just kind of something par for the course. And, you know, Ala on that top side, for me personally, maybe wasn't the biggest sore thumb. Maybe was, you know, a little bit highlighted by Missing. But getting a change in that top lane role, we'll have to see if Xiaoshu is able to step into that role nicely and, you know, pick up somewhat, you know, what I'm going to say are relatively large shoes for a player who's, you know, had a middling to average split in Nirvana previously.
Yeah, everybody was saying coming into the year that, oh, you know, Ala, once he gets on a really good team, like a team that's got great pieces around him, like this guy is going to absolutely shine. And that didn't really happen, right? So we'll see how Xiaoshu is able to do. He's got a tough test here in their first match of the split against the Shy. So we'll have to see what happens over there in the top lane specifically.
What I will say with this graphic as well, in case people are just slightly missing it, the little asterisks as well next to the players' names are people who made the All-Pro in split number 2. And you'll notice as well that those are the 3 players that return into split number 3. It's not unwarranted and it's not unfounded that JDG keep these 3 players. There were so many instances of Jun Scout and Pays having mammoth performances and, you know, earning themselves this all-pro ballot, and then moving them into split number 3 where we've got Xiaoshu Wink coming in as well. Expectations, I don't think, are that these 2 players are now going to start contending for all-pro, but they're certainly they're certainly at the level that they want to be facilitating these 3 key players.
And one other player that we got to talk about, it's got to be Wink, right? Because this guy coming from EDG was a pretty good playmaker over there, and now paired up with his boy Shun. You can take a look here. They're boys, man. Like, just guys being bros. This is exactly what you want when you play League of Legends with somebody. You just go and you hang out with your boys when you see them in person. These guys get to see each other in person pretty much every day. That's got to be so good for team morale, especially for a guy like Shun, who is really like the glue guy of this team. It's a lot of emotions that you have to take in and be able to keep yourself level-headed. And maybe Wink will be able to take a little bit of that from him and let him stay even keel.
Yeah, I talked about an IG roster that Wink was on earlier, Jun pairing up with him for a little part of that as well, and we talk about jungle support synergies all the time as well. So it's good to know that these 2 are, you know, bros, they're guys that can hang out with one another. But we need to talk about and look at now their opponents, right? Taking a little bit of a look up against them here. IG also a team that made a single change, so hopefully we can fly the roster and take a little bit of a look at that as well. The Shy, importantly, in the top lane. Wei, their one change, is back in the jungle. Or back in the jungle, but in the jungle for them. Rookie, Gala, and Mako, the bot side that we've come to know and love for IG through this year. And for myself, right, we talked about this a little bit, but it's going to be that jungle change to see whether or not IG are really hitting the big punches. They had a really good run through playoffs, actually, despite what felt like potentially tricky regular season. And we get to see that Wei already is starting to make some sort of impact.
Yeah, already linking up with Mako on this play here. Mako just kind of flies in from out of nowhere, and they say, "Hey, we're going." Wei even walked away, and he's like, "Oh, okay, we're doing this here. Like, this is fantastic." Wei hasn't exactly been he hasn't been lighting the world on fire so far, right? And they've only played 2 matches, but he hasn't really lost them anything. I'm still waiting for him to make these big impact plays. Wukong game against Top Esports that. He didn't have any of these big cyclones that you're like, oh my god, this is the GOAT right here. So that could be a reason why they elected to hang on to the 6-man roster because, we're not sure what the status of JJ is going to be, but apparently this is going to be a 6-man roster. So we could see him a little later. We might not. We don't actually know.
Yeah, and like you said, it depends on how it can go series to series as well. It can go game to game, so it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to see him for this entire series. Expectation is that we probably see him for the first couple of series in their season, and we're already, at that point, right? We've had 1-on-1 for their game score, so maybe if it goes to 1-2, 1-3, they start to pull JJ back in and hope that he can have a bit more impact, and that familiarity with the team might need to be something that they can harness as well.
One thing to talk about these two teams is that they've kind of been in opposite directions compared to what things were in Split 2. At first, this was really topsy-turvy for IG. They were so inconsistent in the split. They finished 5th through 8th. They finished in that 5th place spot. They were contending for that 4th place spot, couldn't get it done. JDG had like a really rough start, and then they were also like 7-6, and they rattled off 5 straight wins. And then these teams get to the playoffs, and JDG, riding a hot streak, immediately lose twice in a row and get knocked out. That's absolutely absurd. Like, nobody thought that this was going to happen. They lost 3-2 to Weibo, then they lost to Team WE, and IG went on a nice little miracle run here, and while they were not able to take down BLG and make it to MSI, a 3rd place finish, very admirable for them.
Yeah, exactly. And, like we talked about as well, the differences between not just last split, but split 1 as well, with JDG finishing 3rd in that split after having a really good start out to their, the slightly weird format that we had. But, they finished 1st through 4th and they were topping their group coming out of that. IG as well, not quite making it. And, from 2024 as well, IG didn't even qualify for summer playoffs. Looking at the comparison again with JDG barely scraping through playoffs, either way these teams have different endings for the most part in their playoffs runs, and they're never like one game apart. They never seem to be knocking one another out, but they're always finding it difficult to be in the same position, let's say relatively. There's always a difference in their skill level when we get to the playoffs.
Yeah, and this matchup going to be a little tough for JDG, as we said it's their first game compared to IG's. This will be their 3rd, right? It's JDG, not quite sure where the synergy is going to be, but season long throughout the entire year so far, IG are 6-1 versus JDG. They haven't lost the series to them. They almost lost the first meeting of Split 2. That was the Nexus to Nexus comeback. And which was absolutely incredible. But since then, JDG have been looked really hapless against IG. So a win to start Split 3 for them would be phenomenal. As we get our little vignette here for Split 3. God, they always smurf these videos, dude. They smurf them so hard.
Yeah, they do. The little intros for today as well. Just the production that goes into all of these, right? Like the allure of all of this is always really cool. It gets you really hyped pretty much just for every single series and getting ourselves worked up for, like you say, JDG's first series of the day, or first series of this split even, for IG, a return to seeing if they can be successful or whether they're going to struggle through the regular season.
Dude, if there's one thing that League Esports does really, really well, it's cinematics, it's music. Like, this is so sick. This is my first time seeing it on cast, right? I've obviously been able to go and catch some of the VODs, and if you haven't been able to catch some of the VODs, well, youtube.com/LPL_English. Go into the live tab. You can go watch those VODs back. So, all right. One of the things about these particular teams and how important this series really is, even though it's so early, is, remember, LPL is going to get 4 seeds, right? 4 seeds at Worlds, 5 out of the 6 teams, again, that did not make MSI, made a roster change. Both of these teams making roster changes. Who's going to mesh quicker? Those teams, if they make it to their peaks, build a cushion that is too much for the other teams to go and try to take these spots from you.
Yeah, and I think that the point of early season is, or the whole regular season, gives you that buffer so that you pretty much secure a good playoff spot. And I remember this was so long ago, I heard this from like an LCS player, I can't remember who or when. But as long as you make playoffs, that's all that's important, because as long as you get there, you can then do the rest of the work during playoffs to keep you, to going to Worlds. And pretty much playoffs is the bottom line for a lot of these teams. Obviously, going in and having a really good statement for the regular season is really important as well to set expectations.
Yeah, League of Legends as a game is just very fluid sometimes, right? You just get to the playoffs and anything can happen. You prepare well enough, you practice well enough, you pull out some crazy pocket picks in Fearless, and you too can make a deep playoff run, right? Now, Team WE making a solid playoff run. One of these teams that, we're expecting to kind of be on the outskirts, a potential dark horse. And, when it comes to crazy picks, you can't look past the shy, right? Hopefully we'll see something really spicy here, given the fact that we're, in best of threes. I don't know how spicy it's actually going to get, especially since we haven't really seen a patch that's going to be like, oh, we're catapulting this new champion into pro play, or the champion that hasn't been there for years. We're not going to see no Volibear top or anything like that.
No, probably not for a little while here, which is, a little bit sad, but also absolutely fine. As we see IG take their places on the stage, and now JDG heading out onto the stage as well. Nice little waves, good little introduction for the teams, and making sure that everybody's nice and comfy on stage, getting ready, set for their best of 3. And for JDG again, first best of 3 out with this new look roster. Eyes on Xiaoshu, eyes on Wink to see what their level is going to be and whether or not they are partly ready to be a part of this JDG roster.
I think the thing I love the most is when seeing them walk out. Xiaoshu, Scout, and Pays, super serious. Shun and Wink, all smiles, baby. Smiles and waves. Oh, they're just so happy
I'm here
to be
with the
here.
homie.
Yeah,
they're just having a good little time.
Yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, we're one of the better teams in the world, by the way. We're just smiling, happy to be there. Not like super duper serious. I know that these guys are probably locked in. One area that IG could look to expose is the potential lack of synergy coming through with Pays and Wink in the bot lane. Gala and Mako, a duo that has never seemed to fit quite well. When you got two puzzle pieces that look like they should fit together, you put them together, you're like, these guys should fit. You look through the rest of the box, you look at the picture, and you're like, this is the piece.
Yeah.
It hasn't quite fit in there, and I do wonder if they're going to be able to take advantage of this bot lane, maybe look a little bit better themselves, and try to really sharpen IG in this third split.
Yeah, I think the thing that stands out for me is that they've both felt like individually they were really good in their role. I think that Pays is an insane teamfight AD carry, and I think that Gala as well, one of those incredible teamfighting AD carries. I think that Mako is a really standout support player. But when you think about putting those two together, those two pieces, you think, wow, this should be a really good bot lane. And then just the realistic part of it has proven to be that, well, actually, those pieces haven't really gelled together, like you say, right? So it's a bit of a question mark as to quite why. And they'll probably know better than we will, better than we ever could by being a part of the camp. But the two pieces that are in that bot lane, they do the job, they service one another well, but they've not yet hit that, wow, this is, a top 2, top 1 bot lane duo, which theoretically we thought they could be.
This is what happens when you hop on your Smurf with your boy and, just don't win. You're like, hang on, what happened here? Oh, I was a little too silly. Oh, you were a little too silly. And then you play, the third game and you're like, we're playing 40-minute games here. We're winning, but these are tough, man. Something ain't right. Hopefully, again, they will be able to solve that by the time they get to playoffs, right? Because as you said, as many League players say, you get to playoffs and anything can happen, right? But that is another story for another time, because that is so far in the future. Even though we expect these teams to get here, JDG still hasn't even played their first game. Bit of a late start. They have the third latest start of all these teams. We'll see AL and BLG on Saturday, I believe.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for JDG, I guess it's a good little opportunity to work out some of the kinks that they'll have from not having a lot of time with this full roster, and they'll get a little bit of tape on other teams as well, right? Like they're coming into this and they see two games already of what IG have, or 2 series rather, of what IG are looking to bring to the table. It looks like we're about ready to be moving into the draft for game number 1, which is quite exciting. And they've already begun, and we are flying through these here, Yanni.
Not too surprising to see the Kai'Sa taken away from IG. Gala, one of the legendary Kai'Sa players of all time. Yeah, you can say that statement, and it's true. This guy is incredible. Some other bans that we are really expecting: Gwen and Varus biting the dust over on the other side. Pantheon, Talia. Are you really shocked here? These champions draw the most bans out of any champions in the league right now.
Yeah, and getting that Varus on blue side ban is actually really important as well. It's typically something we see over on the red side, but IG now a little bit more free. Maybe they want to go for one of those premier AD junglers that are still available. Looking at Vi, looking at Wukong, maybe even Xin Zhao, depending on what their spice level is, what they're thinking. And JDG here, as Zia notably open, and especially for Scout as well. Getting him this pick has proven to be a successful part for JDG for a long time. And now with this JDG squad, Scout should be looking to be a premier carry like we've seen from him already in the previous splits of 2025.
Yeah, it hasn't been the greatest this year, or at least when it comes to wins throughout this year so far. But over the course of time, it's Scout, man. Like, he's been pretty fantastic. IG on the other side, they're going to go pick up the Rumble as the first pick again. Just a trade of big power picks here in the first game of this series. And this Rumble going to have to make a very large impact when it comes to the early game in some of these early objective skirmishes. They're seeing Wei lock in this Trundle. It's been a pick of his so far, a bit of comfort, but also incredibly strong.
Yeah, and I mean, they were flashing the Poppy there. Poppy Azir is a typical go-to combo, and I think that it's something for JDG to consider. The lack of mobility so far from IG might be turning them away from that just a little bit, but you can see that Jun thinking about a couple of picks that he wants to go for instead. It's a very early Sivir pick for Pays down on the bot side, and this is a pick that's seeing a pretty big resurgence recently, and seemingly just with Varus off the board, it's enough for Sivir to rise in that priority and give Pays the opportunity. It now indicates that JDG are going forward with their composition, and what they've already got is actually a very, very good front line, or very, very good A front line, but B, insane amounts of damage as they get later. They have this Azir, this Sivir to be hyper carries as we move later on, and the front line of an Alistar is always going to bode well. What they need from this second round is some semblance of AD jungle, so maybe that Xin Zhao gets taken off the board, maybe it's the Poppy, and then probably something to answer the Rumble in the top side, so Ornn could get taken away, Sion could get taken away, and they can pinch those pulls on JDG side really easily as IG here.
Really frightening murderer's row here for IG. Trundle gets to just steal the stats from Alistar. You get to steal the Alistar ultimate if you're the Sylas. It's just really, really worrisome. IG going for the Poppy ban themselves. Did expect that maybe JDG would have been the ones, because I think Poppy is incredibly good for IG to have to just really shut everything down, but it does make them really low ranged.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll leave the Ornn open, and then just if Zhao Zhu ends up taking it, they're happy because Rookie can steal away the Ornn ult as well and kind of turn the tides of a fight that way. It looks like they're at least toying with the idea that they could give a frontliner to Zhao Zhu. I would rather him turn towards a Sion here, because Sylas taking away Sion ulti is completely different to him taking away an Ornn ulti, right? Like, it completely changes how a Sion needs to play. And we'll see what it is JDG that end up they're going for. They've still got things like Xin Zhao open if they want it, and that I would expect would be that little go-to for Jun, just to give him that early game playmaking, and to give JDG something to work with in the early game, because at the moment they are pretty weak. They need Sivir to come online, they need the Azir to hit that 2-item marker, and maybe they can rely a little bit on Wink and his roams, but outside of that, they've not got a ton of playmaking potential just yet.
Love this pick coming through from Gala. A lot of your supportive, good AD carries are gone. The Sivir picked on the other side, the Varus getting banned away. So it's going to be Senna, the one that's going to try to enable this conglomerate of melees over on IG, keep them topped off, keep them moving forward, and keep the enemies rooted down from the side of JDG. It looks like they will lock in the Wukong here, trying to break things up in the middle of these team fights with this triple melee that IG has.
Yeah, okay, so getting to see something that, you know, also works quite well is going to be very, very good for those ricochets and setting up that team fight. It's going to give Jun a little bit more time until he can come online, right? We typically see those Wukongs make plays at level 6 as opposed to level 3 that you can with a Xin Zhao, but that's not necessarily going to be a concern. I do worry about JDG's potential to make plays early, but if they're able to sit back and scale up, then obviously they should be in a very good position and should probably be able to contend quite nicely with how this IG roster is forming. For IG themselves, you know, talked a lot about JDG. IG so far have picked themselves up a very mid-game centric composition with this Rumble, with this Trundle. You know, 1-2 item turn-ons are really, really big, large spikes for them. And then they sort of hit this slight trough almost until we get to see Critical Mass Gala, where he's sort of 700 range, critting for 500-600, you know, every second or so, and then can start to work through this JDG composition. I don't know that they've got a lot of damage here on IG. They're relying very heavily on situational picks and little bits of burst that they've got between Winter's Bite into Concussive Blows, between the Subjugate from the Trundle to remove some of Xiaoju's tankiness, and if they can link all of that up, then that's great. But I do think that that revolves a little bit more around pick. And if JDG are set up, they should be able to collapse and make it a full 5v5 skirmish instead.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to touch, Pays, and Scout this game, right? These guys just have pretty long range. At least Sivir with her, you know, Q has some decent range to it. Obviously, her auto attack's a little shorter. But given the fact she'll have all the speed in these team fights with her ultimate, get to kind of weave in and out a little faster. But I mean, the Scout just going to sit back there and command his forces like Azir does, right? I don't really know how IG are going to get on top of this man other than a crazy good flank. But even then, we have, you know, Cassante to ult whoever gets on top of him out of the fight. We have Alistar to play Gatekeeper, to play Bouncer. I am quite worried about IG's comp being a little too short-ranged and then Gala not being able to get to the point of being impossible to actually get to and be ripping through everybody, Rude Dude.
Yeah, I do think that IG got an onus in the early game here, but we are ready for game number 1. Our first look at JDG as they take on IG. Good to see that the fans are out here. Yeah, good representation.
So you know, I expected a little bit better of them. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna criticize them a little bit.
Okay.
It was kind of weak. But yeah, listen, compared to some of the other ones I've heard, with these two teams.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I'll allow the criticism.
Excellent.
I will say though, for you know, our concerns of this IG roster, that actually looking at how this bot lane plays out, I expect, you know, IG to have a pretty good run of things. I think that the Braum into the Alistar is a very good match. If the Alistar engages before level 6, likelihood is that he gets stunned and then he takes a massive amount of exit damage as well. Same to be said for the Senna as well. Outranging the Sivir should be pretty decent, and as well, if you can in this early game as the Rumble bully the Cassante, I'd expect that side lanes look really good as Wei actually stealing away this red buff already mid lane. Scout not going to have his E, but doesn't look like Rookie does either, and it just means that Wei has revealed that he's got Pillar, and actually Jun early leaves the red buff looking for a fight, but I mean, it's Trundle with press the attack and with a red buff. You can't fight that, so Jun actually steals away the Raptors, but that's about it.
Yeah, that is incredibly difficult to deal with, especially because Red Buff Trundle is just going to beat you up early on, so Shun going to be without one of his major buffs. He's just going to have to clear and be very, very sad.
Yeah.
At least EXP isn't too different between the two, right? So we should be able to at least hit level 6 relatively on time. We can already see Gala taking some big trades from Wink and Pays. There's a lot of early damage if Sivir hits you with that.
Yeah, and that's the downfall, I suppose, of a Senna early on, is that she can't necessarily contest the wave. It looks like Paige has done a really good job of making sure that this one gets shoved under the turret. Of course, one of those upticks in Siv's capabilities, Senna's capabilities, excuse me, are the sustain. So we'll get to see a little bit of healing coming through from Gala. At the cost of some of his mana, though. Senna typically a champion that can struggle with mana issues quite early on.
Rookie just wanted to get in a little bit of damage there, but he takes some back on his own. The Scout has already teleported back, looking to just keep up on HP, especially in this range versus melee matchup. Anything that you can do to set Rookie behind will be so big for JDG, because this guy in these team fights, once he hits level 6 and you start fighting around these objectives, he's one of the menaces that you have to watch out for. It's him and this Rookie.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's that double threat that you've got to try and look at and try and punish, and if that can be done by Xiaozhu, then you know, great stuff. And same to be said for Scout. Again, our eyes this series are going to be more focused onto Wei and onto Jun. Jun, one of these players that we know can take the game by the scruff of the neck, and for IG, it felt like that was something that they were missing. It's why they brought Wei in. So far for Wei, he hasn't particularly proven to be that S-tier carry jungler that they might have liked, but he also hasn't proven to be a particular liability either.
All right, we're going to see Scout go in, and that means Wei is going to get here quickly. It's going to force the flash out of Scout with that pillar, and as you said, hasn't been that S-tier jungler really, Wei, but in this particular matchup, it's a shame, because we want to see him do it, but he doesn't really need to. He just needs to speed bump Shun a little bit, right? And so far, so good when it comes to that. Made him a little uncomfortable. Hasn't been able to make an early impact. Wukong, one of those champions that can gank pre-6 if the angle looks right. So already the fact that we've burned a summoner on the side of JDG via a Wei gank is a good start.
And that does make as well the pressuring onto Rookie much more difficult as well for Scout, now knowing that he pretty much can never use his Q aggressively unless he sees enemy jungle and knows that he's got that opportunity to, you know, move on forward without particularly falling. And with Scout using the shield now, he's got his jungler here.
Yeah, Rookie is nobody around him, so he's going to take some damage. A lot of spears in the back from these Sand Soldiers. So Shun matching what Wei did earlier. Now with Rookie's flash of being down, going to be a little bit easier to catch him out in some of these later fights with this dragon already up. We'll see how this affects IG's initial objectives.
Okay, so one of these things that I'm always looking at tracking currently is what happens to our enemy bot lanes on first base. We have seen a lot of swapping coming through. Equalizer top side though.
Be a big moment here, just trying to force Xiaoshu to not fight him, but Xiaoshu looking to get the better of the Shy. This is the knock up there, but he's going to flash after him. The Shy, he's got the flash in the back pocket. He's finally going to burn it. And he will be able to get away from Xiaoshu, but a good job there from the JDG top lane.
Yeah, already putting that pressure down onto the Rumble. Really good to see that the Shy forced to flash defensively, and that Xiaozhu here on this Cassante making some at least very early moves to try and slow down the Rumble's roll. One of our questions for Xiaozhu, right, who was a mid-top laner who came from Nirvana, didn't look like he'd, you know, earned a space in Ascend. Being completely honest, we're looking at top laners like Zika, maybe they might have been able to take this spot. But Xiaozhu, so far, so good in this very early stage. Being number one, he's got this Cassante, an answer to the Rumble, knew what it was that he wanted to try and play into it, and is now showing us that he's got good enough validation on that. But JDG's bot lane may be trying to push this wave a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, Sivir has no ultimate. Gala is going to ghost. Hayes is forced to flash, but he's going to get tagged up and stunned. Wei will flash forward to the barrier. Will it be able to save Hayes as he's trying to get away, but he will fall. It'll be first blood going over to Gala, and now Shun has joined the party, but this is not a fight that you're going to win. Yeah. The stun comes back. Xiaoshu is on his way, but they want more. Wink headbutts Wei away, and Shun gets tagged up. He flashes and roots Xiaoshu.
And a swap from JDG here to bring Xiaoshu down to this bot side has actually cost them a little bit too much, as the gank on the bot side from IG is successful. Wei so far in this game actually having a bit of the run of things. This is the nature of the jungle matchup. The nature of Trundle versus Wukong. We talked about the fact that Wukong, not biggest jungler pre-level 6, but Pei's already a little bit under pressure. I like the spellbook TB from Wink, just keeping his AD carry alive, and meaning that Paige doesn't fall for a second time consecutively in as many minutes. and the Civ are able to restore some sort of normality to her game. Despite having fallen there, still holds an even gold game versus Gala. This Sivir struggling in farm, doesn't have nearly as large an item spike currently, just the Rectrix and a dagger versus the better components of the Yuntal. For Pays is going to do very well when these two bot laners do go to skirmish.
It feels like the longer it takes for JDG to get on these objectives, the better it is for IG. IG will make the first move toward one as they've started up these grubs. With 3 members over on the top side. FaZe is now level 6. He's going to get pillared but not trapped. Shouldn't now looking to find a way in. He is level 6 as the first grub will go the way of IG. Scout is also on the way. The Shy links up, so he got a bit of a 4v4 here. But will JDG be able to actually find a way in? Shun getting tagged up and slowed as these grubs start to whittle down a little bit, but he wants in and he wants a piece of these grubs. He will be able to, no, he won't be able to secure that one. That one went over to IG as well, so they decide to cut and run. It's 2 for 1 for the grubs for IG.
And that's a win for Invictus Gaming. They will quite happily take that. Again, a reminder that these two compositions do completely different things. IG, we feel, are a little bit pressed by the clock, to be honest. They are going to struggle to get access to Pays to Scout as the game goes later. And as we look at this replay, already moving on the minimap, you can see Xiaoju's on his way. But it's actually a very early ghost from Gala that means that he's constantly able to uptick DPS on this Sivir. It means that there's actually no real means of escape. And the power of the Braum in these early skirmishes, the second that Jun goes in, he's already half HP, forced to flash out as well when Gala manages to land one of those Ws. So you're getting to see that actually the Senna can skirmish really well, the Braum can skirmish really well, and if IG continue to use those skirmish capabilities, yes, they can make this game go faster and push it on to a point where they're actually going to feel pretty confident. However, if they don't continue to do this, this is a position where we could see them struggle, and as this game gets later and later, our expectation is that the 5v5s feel better for JDG.
Right now, cresting toward the 10-minute mark. It's a small gold lead for IG, but we do see Gala is now up in gold over Pays by about 300. There's a very rapid comeback there on the bottom side. This Dragon now finally being started up as there was a lot of vision on it for a long time. Eventually those wards got moved. Wei should be under no threat. We'll be able to take this one fairly easily, and we are still waiting for Shun to make a big impact in this game. 10 minutes in, he's been shut down.
Yeah, and you know, maybe some of that does come from the early capabilities of a Trundle. Maybe some of it comes from the fact that Wei walked in, stole his red buff, and effectively got that early advantage. As don't believe that Jun was able to respond with taking his own red buff, so the Wukong already set a little bit far behind in that regard. Now we're getting to see, though, that the Shy, the power of this Rumble is that you have a lot of wave clear from range. He's going to be able to get himself gold from the cannon, but we'll be able to get the experience, and Pays quite nicely here. You can just see denying that cannon, confirming, and Rookie now looking to stop some of these raptors being taken away. But we've got a Drake spawning in 4 minutes. It was IG who were able to take that one down. Our next objective, most likely going to be a little bit of a skirmish for the Rift Herald up on that top side, or maybe even a final look at some turret plates. You can already see that there's a lot of focus from both of these junglers onto those respective side lanes. Xiaoju stuck around.
Yeah, Mako went around the corner, but is now going to hop in and look to tag up Xiaoju. Will be able to hop away, but he's going to get rooted up, and he's going to go down. It'll be a second kill over to Gala. And they're just making it look easy in the bot lane right now.
And that's that difference between some of these top laners and their experience as well. On that wave in the top lane, the Shy recalled. He knew that that was his timer to get dove, and he just stayed there. Scout, though,
he's going to get rooted, and this teleport's going to come in. Wei is going to tank it up. Now Mako once in, but they heated up turret's going to do some damage.
Yeah.
Good there to cover for his mid laner, but that is a rough teleport.
Spellbook TP in from Mako, unfortunately just a little bit too late for them to continue diving. It was a good heads-up play by IG, and unfortunately Gala was the one who took the turret first of all. I feel like Gala knew that there was a shorter window and that he needed to go then. and maybe that wasn't quite met by Wei. But even still, IG are going to find this first brick down on the bot side. It's going to be solo gold funneled into Rookie, one of these players who we need to see step up in this game if IG are going to be able to succeed. And in terms of continuing to push the pace of the game, IG are doing that. They are finding kills on the map, they're using this early game skirmish composition, and they're putting themselves currently in a position with a 1.5, 2k gold lead.
Yeah, it's gold leaves everywhere, right? Like, Rookie is up against this, matchup into Scout, right? And that's a good testament to Rookie not bleeding out as much in the laning phase, right? Obviously, it gets a little bit crazy when people start moving around, a little easier for Rookie to farm. But overall, not a bad showing so far. Obviously, Gala is massive right now, not to in CS too much, especially against a champion like Sivir, where it's really easy to fall behind. I mean, IG are just playing better right now from the start of the game, and I do worry that JDG later on, it's going to take too long for Scout and for FaZe to make a large impact and come online.
Yeah, I mean, the part of it that we sort of are concerned about is whether or not the Sivir and Azir can hit that critical mass and be really strong for their front line. But, I mean, I'm looking at the damage capabilities of IG as we move later as well. And, until Gala hits probably 4 items, not even selling it short here, you're looking at that 4th item before the Senna can be that real nuisance, a real potent threat, and a certain threshold of stacks as well. But their tank killing capabilities rely very heavily on Trundle. It relies very heavily on a Rumble, most likely single targeting down with harpoons. So they can take these targets down, but they can take one target down very well. I do think they are going to struggle a little bit as they move into the later stages of this game, which means that Xiaoxu most likely to be cannon fodder, where we get to see actually that the Sivir and the Azir can do damage across multiple members rather, all at the same time.
35 seconds until this Rift Herald is up, a minute till the Dragon. I wonder if we see a potential trade, if one team can be kept off the Rift Herald for long enough. Interesting thing to note is that Xiaoxu, if he gets into this fight, Teleport's not going to be up for a little bit, so if they have to move him up, he'll be hard to kill. With this Kanik Grukern into the double AP solo laners, it will be tough for IG to take him down this early with the way their magic damage dealers are set up and with the way Senna is as a champion.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to get into that space might be quite tricky. We will have to keep our eyes, though, on the Dragon spawn as well. That now up in 20 seconds. And what our teams look to prioritize, I think for IG, honestly, look towards that Dragon being really important.
Rookie going to flash on top of Scout, knock him away, too. Rookie down about half a level right now. This does mean that JDG is able to start up the Rift Herald, but Rookie does have teleport. It looks like he's going to hang around way up top here. He's going to smite down Scout. Scout still has flash available. He will look to flash away. Chains won't land. The fight breaks out near the mid lane bush. Mako's got to only knock up one. Gala had to flash away. He's going to drop the ultimate down, trying to keep Mako alive as Mako is trying to get out of there. Exhaust have gone down. Rumble's overheated. Rookie looking for a way to get in. But guess what? This Cassante in the front line just won't go down, but IG push JDG away.
Oh, really solid fighting from both of these sides. A great flash from Gala actually keeps him safe from the headbutt pulverize, and then the equalizer comes down from the Shy and completely turns that team fight back around. Importantly, it was the difference of mid laners there in the end. Scout wasn't able to be a part of this fight because he got pushed away on the top side. It allowed for Wei and Rookie to move through the river and actually come to contribute to that skirmish. It means that IG continue here to develop those neutral objective leads. This is now 2 grubs, the first Dragon and the Rift Herald, that they have successfully picked up, and looking at the minimap, they are swarming onto this bot side. Gala hasn't found a recall yet, so he's pretty low on mana, but you can see Wei beelined it from the top side to the bot side. Immediately the Shy walks out to this bot side as well, and Rookie, yes, he's going back up top lane, but he's got teleport. He has a way and a means to get down here and contribute to any sort of Dragon exchange.
IG strutting to the bot side in their new upgraded boots. 17 minutes into this game, the second Dragon has not been done yet. It's kind of going to be left there for now, and really, if you're IG, why would you go after it? Gala can go and farm some stacks, and they can go force flashes out of FaZe.
And it's just that easy, right? The power of this Trundle and the power that Wei has had in this game. It's twice that we've seen him force Scout's flash. Now we're seeing him force Paze's flash. And he'd already had a successful gank on the Sivir in the early stages of this game. The difference between these junglers has been night and day. Jun really not having too much impact so far, where Wei has seemingly controlled the carries of JDG.
Teleport's coming in. Dragon already secured for IG. Wall starting to close in. Mako gonna hop away. Shuri can't really get in there. And now he's gonna look to target
5v5.
coming through onto the Shy right now. He's surrounded by multiple members, but he's heating up and doing good damage. And Paze gets caught by the pillar and falls. Rookie has the ultimate of the Alistar. He's gonna pop it, and he's gonna be a menace. Xiaoshu getting caught up, trying to do what he can, but he falls too. Now Scout's gonna be the next target. He'll use the Emperor's Divide to try to keep him away, turn it around. But Mako coming in from the side means it slows
Super
her down.
play.
Scout will be able to at least get one on the backside. It's a shutdown, but when you take a look, IG just tear JDG.
And that's the gold lead that they've built up. That's the power of this early game composition. And you can see that it was still close. Collaboratively, probably 1,500 gold across the 4 members that are all alive still for Invictus Gaming, which is not a lot. That's a couple more ricochets. That's a couple more stabs from the Sand Soldiers. But IG are able to come out on top. They had this gold lead. They had this advantage. And importantly, they had the means to take these fights in the early game. Their composition thrives around this marker. We said in the draft, 1 to 2 items, these champions really spike. Whereas for JDG, their composition is going to struggle. You can see that Paze and Scout, they've got a lot of uptime here. They're dishing out a lot of DPS and actually hitting for the most of this team fight. But at this stage in the game, their champions just don't do that much damage. And that's the difference here for our 2 squads. IG have got Rookie, who's on this 1 item spike, Rumble, who's on a 1.5 item spike, and that's the strongest that these champions will be. They're using those correct timers and they're pushing the pace of this game. Scout goes in and attempts to try and salvage this fight. Yes, he's able to take down Gala and get himself a little bit of extra gold, and I think that's the best from that situation. But now we have another skirmish, another look on this top side, with Atacon spawning in 30 seconds.
Wink is stunned up, he pops his ultimate, but they have the damage to be able to take this guy down. Shun gets knocked back! Oh no, they tried to save Paze, but he's going to be going down as well. He does manage to find one on the backside, as you pointed out, but it's a 3-for-1 for IG. Absolute domination, Ruben.
Yeah, and they are just running away with this game now, and our concerns about if they can make it to the late game start to subside a little bit. The questions that we have around the composition and if JDG can fight in the late stages revolve around the idea that JDG would be equal in gold, that they would be at parity, and currently IG are just so far ahead that they're actually going to be in a pretty good spot. You mentioned this at the top of the show, Yanni, that IG seem to be the nemesis, the kryptonite for JDG through 2025, and in game number 1, that's continuing here as we take another look at this replay. Wink caught out, and you can see he's hesitant to use the ultimate because he wants to use the QSS effect of it. However, by the time he gets stunned, he's taken 4 auto attacks from a fed Senna, which takes him to 40% HP already. And one of the big grievances, one of the big problems that Alistar players commonly have is that they'll use their ultimate like it's Tryndamere ultimate. You'll think, do I need to ult yet? Do I need to ult yet? And then you get to about 20% HP and you think, oh, I should ult. But that's already too late. Cutting through that final 20% is not too difficult. It's really important that just the second that you think you're under fire, you call for your ulti, use that unbreakable will, keep yourself safe and keep that HP topped off, even if it means you have to tank the full duration of a stun.
Yeah, it's been a difficult game for Wink so far. He hasn't really looked particularly great. It's been a difficult game for JDG as a whole. I must say, we weren't expecting Wei to be that S-tier jungler in this game just to really speed bump and cause problems for Shun, but Wei has been that S-tier jungler in this game. He has been on fire the entire game, and hey, he's just playing a champion that runs at you. It feels like JDG has disrespected IG so much, and now JDG getting a little bit desperate. Teleport coming in from Xiaoshu. It's now going to be a 5v5 Rookie on the side with the ultimate of the Alistar, but oh, Scout's ultimate gonna whiff. Double knockup coming through. Shun taken low, and he's gonna fall. Wink in the middle of everything, trying to steal away with the swipe, but he can't do so. Over on the backside, Rookie tanking up damn near everything.
Just baiting them in.
Sustaining so hard. The Azir turret is up, but it ain't gonna save ya. Paze is the flash away, and he's an all away from going down. It's a triple kill for Gala. FaZe trying to run way, and the Shy in hot pursuit. Where's the pillar at? Knock him up, take him down, smite him, do whatever you need. IG come up big once again. Oh yeah, there's just a kill on the backside here. That's nice.
It's an unofficial quadra here for Gala, as it takes, as you can see, quite a long time to take down the Cassante, but fortunately Rookie is running a ruckus in the back of the JDG composition. And it just makes it impossible for Xiaozhu to have this big impact on the Cassante, because by the time that he's looking at being the front line, the rest of his team's already died, and now IG get to put themselves on sole point. They secured the Atacon before this as well. They are now 11,000 gold ahead of their counterparts, and I mean, this game, Yanni, it's already pretty much chalked, as you can see Rookie just always angling. The stealing away of the Unbreakable Will just makes him pretty much impossible to kill in these team fights. And he's just acting as a three-person zoning tool here. You can see Scout, Xiaozhu, and FaZe all come down to this bot side, and a Proto Belt to dodge out is really important, as once again, I will call out that the Shy's ultis this game have been on fire. Literally, this equalizer has been setting JDG ablaze and completely destroying them. And Rookie, you can see once again, the focus of the double carry composition of FaZe, of Scout, for the majority of this fight, and he just does not care. He's absolutely fine, stands in the front line and tanks it like a champion.
So hard for JDG to fight in these small corridors. Mako hit a big ultimate that fight. The Shy, as you said, with that equalizer. It is a near 11k gold lead, dude. All right, so what's JDG gotta do in game 2? Because we gotta look forward to that at least.
I thought you were going to say, what are they got to do this game? And I was like, brother, I've got some horrible news for you.
They're out, bro. This looks worse than some of my solo queue games. All right, so I think that if you're scouting FaZe, given the fact that they're some of the best players on this team skill-wise, I need FaZe on a champion that can impact the early game a little bit more, because you just need more firepower.
Okay, Pillar into a stun.
Yeah, a lot of firepower. As FaZe gets taken to half HP and can't even trade back on anything, man. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, they do clear the wave, which is, you know, low-key kind of important. I mean, there's no Baron for 30 seconds, so the opportunity to siege is still quite weak for IG overall. But you can see they're taking those final resets. The Baron's going to spawn, and you have to expect that it is going to be pretty simple for them to take that. Not expecting JDG to be able to put up a pretty big contest. Yes, they're reaching 2 items across the board, but when we look at the flip side, Gala has been able to go for a very greedy build path here. He's just gone immediately for that static shift for the wave clear, rapid fire cannon to be safe, and then just gone, guys, like, the game's already over, I can go IE, and that's absolutely fine, and he's already progressed to that stage. So having that item at 25 minutes, 3-item marker is absolutely massive. And the Senna, you know, with 92 stacks, excuse me, going to be building up a bulk of range as well with that. If JDG can even sniff this Baron pit, then they've done a good job.
I love talking about Senna stacks, but we haven't even had to this game. Before he hit like any crazy breakpoints or anything, IG was just rolling over this game. I mean, isn't the mark typically 60 at 20 minutes? We'll see how much he ends this fight with. Scout is only going to be able to get the Shy, and he just falls on the backside. Big knockup coming through on the multiple members. His Rookie is in the thick of things too. FaZe can't do anything. Wink is going to get chased down too. It is another IG fight win, and this should be the game.
Yeah, they won't even need the Baron here. IG with a clinical game number 1 to start us off. 1-1 through the early stages of this split, and now looking like they could push themselves to 2-1. Game number 1, a convincing opener for Invictus Gaming.
You can take Xiaoshu and Wink out of Group Nirvana, but they might have brought some Group Nirvana with them because JDG did not look competitive in this game. It's still early, you know, it's their first one with the squad. I'm willing to give them a little bit of leeway there, but they're going to have to show me something more in game 2 for me to take these guys and JDG serious.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we kind of look at this, and I think that this will be a big realization for JDG, right? Like, this is maybe the first game, the litmus test for what their supporting cast can do, because they were very hamstrung in terms of what their core carries, what those 3 members were going to be capable of, right? They've got Azir wants to sit back and scale, Sivir wants to sit back and scale, and when you have that style, you need your supporting members to step up and to be that role who can carry you. Unfortunately, Jun this game wasn't present at all. He was completely absent, got walked by Wei, and the side lanes as well, those supporting roles didn't have the same impact. I mean, Xiao Zhu forced an early flash from the Shy, which never really got punished. We saw Wink, I do want to call out, have a couple of good engages while the game was still competitive. But after that, he didn't find those big plays to try and get them back into the game. I don't really think he necessarily got caught too many times. There was one instance up around the top side of the Rift where, yes, he calls his ulti a little bit late. But overall, a lack of forward motion from this JDG roster, and they were hoping to sit back and wait for the game to come to them, and Invictus Gaming never let that happen. They took the game to them, but they also just took the game away from them in the same breath.
Yeah, what we're seeing a lot of out of some of these teams, especially this IG composition so far to start Split 3, is really aggressive champions coming out of like jungle and top and mid lane, and then just like a super scaler in the bot lane, right? Like these Sennas. We started to see some Aphelios come in even, which is a champion that many thought was completely unplayable, right? He's gotten a little bit of gameplay early on, so I am curious to see if JDG feels like they can't adopt that sort of strategy, just because Pays is the focal point of this team, and you have to give him more agency early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this, like we talked about, the Sivir doesn't do that for him. And unfortunately, the Alistar matchup into the Braum was a pretty big problem. And the actual blinding of the Alistar as well became very detrimental as well. Because it gave Rookie this Sylas early on. And, heads up, kudos, I think, to Rookie for him stepping up and saying, guys, if I take Sylas here, the game's over. And a Sylas so early on when you don't see enemy mid lane can be punished. But I really want to call out this Wei Rookie combo, because I think that Rookie took this pick and said, okay, what I need from my jungler is this. And there were so many instances of Wei going mid lane, just providing a little bit of safety, forcing an early Azir flash and keeping the Sylas safe, so that when we look at these mid-game team fights, the Sylas with a stolen Unbreakable Will can just absolutely cause chaos.
Yeah, they had no answer for Wei on this Trundle, and the big worry is like maybe they just don't play well into Trundle or something like that, because this is a champion that on its surface is very simple. Do not stay near him when he has his pillar up, and he can only walk toward you. And Wei was just able to walk toward them, right? There was no actual way to stop him, and they couldn't get away from him.
Yeah. And I think that one of those things as well that you want to look at is what champions they're drafting when they see the Trundle as well. Like, they didn't necessarily see that they were going to have to play double immobile carries, but equally, they kind of got a little bit destroyed by the fact that the Alistar can't get over the pillar, that the Sivir can't get over the pillar. And if that's their choice that they're opting into, that's something that they need to look at. If that's something that they couldn't have helped, or that, we've picked Sivir super early here, we have to deal with the consequences. Maybe Sivir's just not that good a pick to take early on.
Nah, it's got to have the right team composition around it. You have to be able to enable multiple champions with your ultimate. Can't be relied on to be the guy early on. You have to settle for being the helper and then the late game closer. And unfortunately for Pays and the rest of JDG, late game never came. They're still waiting for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to start looking, as we move past this a little bit, who we think MVP candidates are for this game, or who the player of the game is going to end up being. Because for me, it was actually Wei, right? We talked about coming into this that we've got a jungle matchup which is going to be really important, and the idea that Wei's going to need to step up versus Jun. That is exactly what happened in game number 1, and I want to give him the credit where it's due, because he was the leading reason for IG's success in this game, and I think that he deserves that call out, deserves that boast, really, to say, actually, I'm the reason that this went so well.
Yeah, I am in total agreement with you, my friend. He was just that good this game, and if you give the MVP to anybody else, it is a travesty, in my opinion.
I think there are shout-outs for Rookie as well. I think that
he was fine.
Gave a really good little bit of input to the draft. I mean, where he just takes the Sylas early, and then not just that, but being able to pilot it. I do think that the lion's share of team fight successes that we had later on were in owing to Rookie's performance. But the reason that I would still advocate for the jungler is because Wei was the person who set Rookie up to be there.
All right, let's see who it is. It's Wei.
Nice.
Listen, ethical voting here coming out from the LPL voters. Ethical Trundle gameplay, walking forward, the simplest of simple, and really made it look easy and walked the rest of JDG. So big shout out to Wei for a very good performance. Let's see if he can follow it up in the second game of the series. But before we cut away, we want to tell you how grateful we are for our coffee and our YouTube subscribers because you guys help level up the show. You've done it all year. You continue to do it into Split 3, and we are very thankful for that. A lot of the initial payments do go into upgrading the broadcast, but a bulk of it does pay on-air talent and our content creators. If you subscribe to our coffee, that'll be linked in the chat. You can unlock perks like early access to our content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. YouTube membership also very important because you get some of those really awesome interviews from MSI. So go ahead and maybe give that a consideration if there is a interview that you find quite interesting. But we're going to go and take a short break. And when we return, Game 2 draft between JDG and IG. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second game of the first series today between JDG and IG. IG ran over JDG in this game, rude dude. And JDG is just back to the drawing board, right? Erase that game from your memory, and let's draft a little bit differently.
Yeah, let's give away some actual problems in the early game. Let's allow Jun to push that lead and be the powerhouse jungler, the all-pro jungler that we've come to expect from him. Let's maybe give a little bit more into FaZe as well. I mean, one of the strongest performances that we saw from FaZe through the regular season in split number 2 was, believe it or not, and curse me for saying this, was actually on the Kalista. So if we can get him something that has a little bit more playmaking and something that can make those moves early on, we can very well see JDG look a little bit different, and maybe even, dare I say, a little bit better than we saw from them in game number 1. They were a little bit absent, a little bit along for the ride, and unfortunately the ride was them getting sent to a very early grey screen and very early game number 1 loss.
Yeah, they got taken for a ride, and they wanted to get off real bad. They are left dizzy and puking in the trash can of the amusement park known as the LPL. You mentioned, don't curse me for this with the Kalista, as you mentioned. It's played a game. It's won a game. It's undefeated so far. Why not? Just rip it. Why not?
And the best part was that was also against Invictus Gaming. It was Jackie Love that took it in for Top Esports, and I was sat here. I was like, "There's just no way that this Kalista will ever do anything." And it got to 3 items, and they were against a composition that heavily outscaled them. But then the Kalista had a pop off. Top Esports had a moment versus this IG comp, and the sent them to a 1-on-1 instead of it being a 2-0 for IG so far. So Kalista may be the bane of IG. We will have to see if they can make that work a little bit better. Obviously only a 1-game sample size, but it could definitely have an impact because JDG needs something a little bit extra for their own sakes, really to look a little bit more likely have some life in them.
No, I'm buying into what's being sold here. Kalista's the secret sauce. It's got to be. It's undefeated, 100% win rate. Don't tell me the odds. Don't tell me the sample size. It exists. Let's do it.
It has 100% win rate, and that's all that I care about.
Lock it in, baby. No, I think that there are some other good options. A Lucian, I think, would be really, really good for FaZe. Just give him something with a lot more early power. I think if you want to play like a Xayah to give him that escapability later on a champion that can carry fairly well, that'll be a good option as well. I haven't really liked Corki lately, but Corki is a solid enough champion. It's just he's too short range as you get later on into the game in terms of his actual damage when they moved it out of his rockets all those patches ago. I don't want to say years because I can't remember how long it was. But in the end, it'll give you that strong early game that you're really looking for JDG.
Yeah, it will do. And I think that's some of their strongest points come from, like we say, having an ability to take the game by the scruff of the neck early on, and hopefully we can see them perform a little bit better than we did from game number 1. And I think that for IG, business as usual, if they can have something that can take the game by storm in this early stage of the game, then more than happy for them to do that once more. We're on to game number 2 though, draft back underway, and already some slight alterations here between game 1 to game 2. Poppy reaching this first phase of bans, and so far we're looking at Varus still a pick that's open, and Orianna actually taken out of the pool as well. They're looking to go for a melee style champion, something that gets bullied out by the Orianna for their mid laner early on. Varus is still open here though. That was one of the bans that's been dropped.
So is Kai'Sa for Gala, though. That is very worthwhile to note. As we've talked about, a legendary Kai'Sa player. I imagine that we might see that come through in the first half of picks, unless IG just determine, hey, you know what? We don't need it. We need something else out of that role. But that first pick, Varus, gives you that early aggression, gives you good utility late, no escapability, but that's okay. FaZe will just have to allow his mechanics to carry him.
Yeah, I do think that taking the Kai'Sa into the Varus is a bit of a death sentence. It can be really punishing early on, and by the time that it gets to being on an even keel, the Varus can have probably just ran away with the game. Jhin, though, one of these better AD carries at making the most of a Varus's lane and trying to go toe-to-toe with him in that instance. Again, Aurora One of these picks that for IG specifically is a flex. We've seen the Shy play this a couple of times. Typically does find itself in the hands of Rookie, but they're not above moving it into that top lane if it's a really good top matchup for the Aurora to go into. We need to take a look at now what it is that JDG are going to look to bring to the table as well. They see this Aurora. They can't do the Annie Wukong pairing, which we see be so prolific, but they do still have, you know, a couple of AD champions still to go into that jungle role. I do think that Xin Zhao in this draft actually has a pretty high priority. We've got Vi and Pantheon off the board. We already see Wukong and Trundle taken away as well. So if you wanted to go for that Xin Zhao, it does give Jun that early game power. Instead, they opted to give Wink another engage tool, something maybe a little bit more consistent with being in the mixer and getting yourself into a real position of threat. And this Rel getting locked in here.
And some of the big disengage options to go against a Rel are gone, right? The Alistar is not available. The Braum, that would be able to stun her up, knock her up, make her engage kind of useless. Not going to be available. IG, looks like they're going to settle on themselves on a jungler here. It's going to be the Jarvan that has risen up in priority a little bit. This champion was really not seen too often at all through the first 2/3 of the year. Now getting picked up here. It's a pretty nice combo with an Aurora.
Yeah, and importantly as well, versus these JDG carries, neither one of them have got spells of their own to get out of a Cataclysm. Importantly, they're reliant very heavily on that flash spell. If they don't have that, then they're going to struggle. As we move into, though, this second round of bans, that jungle pool you can already see being pinched by IG. The Xin Zhao getting taken off the table. We could even see Nocturne removed as well if they want to really pinch that AD pool. And, you know, if they want to remove the power for them to dive into that full dive composition. For JDG, their idea is to get rid of some of those support picks that are still up and available. Maybe Nautilus gets taken out by away from Mako next time round. Top lane notably absent for both of these sides, so getting to see whether or not that, you know, Ornn gets locked in once again. We've still got Sion open if people want to opt into a more tanky style, but importantly, Rumble is still open, and with that Galio ban and the Jarvan open for IG, well, Rumble's not open, sorry, they played it in game number 1. But if they look for something in that top side that could go for that AP threat, they've got a really good damage profile here for Invictus Gaming.
See what the option will be. It looks like they're going to keep the flex open here with this Aurora, as it'll be a lock-in of Rakan here, looking to run amok with this Jarvan and just keep the Annie, keep the Varus on downtime here. Now, the question is, what jungler are we going to see for Shun here? Because they took out a couple more aggressive options. We've been seeing the comeback come through here in the jungle role with Nefiri, but it looks like they will at least think on it a little bit more, as it'll be Renekton top for Xiaoshu.
Yeah, okay, so blind, safe, stable pick on that top side for Xiaoshu, and means that there's an opportunity now to set up for a dive-style champion in that top side, and Nefiri can do that here with her ability to get in, get out from under those turrets quite quickly. Locked in for Jun. I remember seeing him in split number 2 have a very solid set of performances on this champion, so not out of nowhere here. As we do get to see now, again, IG with this flex capability, at least teasing the idea that this Aurora can go into the top side. Again, reminder that Shy has played this time and time again, and as that clock whittles down, they do pivot. They opt into this massive wombo combo and into giving the Shy now a lot more agency in this game. He's now got this Aurora to take into the top side, to try and dance, to skirt around Xiaozhu and see if he can now punish with a massive combo between both himself with the Aurora in between worlds, that Chaos Storm as well that will come through from Rookie. IG with a very good level 6 teamfight composition. JDG with a little bit more, again, needing to wait just that slight time longer, it feels like. 2 items coming through for the Varus, maybe the second one for Scout as well. But I do actually think that by and large, JDG might have a pretty decent mid-game spike to hit at as well. Those level 6 fights should feel a little bit better.
Yeah, we're going to need to see big tibbers, big chains of corruption coming out for JDG, because some of the IG targets, very easy to kill. They are not very tanky at all. Jarvan gets a little bit of health later on, but wouldn't really be considered a tank. Rakan, one of the squishier supports, obviously gets some health later, but still not a tank. You can blow these guys up in the early game and take a lead from there. One of the big worries that I have is in this top lane, because I think the Shy on the Aurora could take over the game if he is left completely unchecked. But I don't think that Shun and Xiaoshu have the capability to actually kill him unless he makes a large mistake.
Oh, I think that's actually my most worried about area for IG. I think that this Aurora in the 1v1 is probably going to be fine, but if he gets a wave stacked on him and gets dove under the turret, I think there's very little that the Aurora can do between getting stunned from the Ruthless Predator into a full Neferi combo. Definitely will struggle as we do end up loading up onto the Rift here for game number 2.
That's tough. There's even less people that are like, I'm embarrassed after that first game. We'll see if JDG can bring those people back and bring the Gyos in strong for game 3, or if IG will take a clean 2-0 over a team that is expected to contend for some of the top spots here in the LPL. Nothing too crazy here in the early game, just a couple of wards, a little bit of feelers out there, but the Shy will sit in that top lane brush.
So to hammer back into our jungle matchup again here, Yanni, similar sort of looks, honestly. I think that for Wei this time round, I want to be highlighting how well he burns flashes of these immobile carries early on. We've got Scout and Pays, 2 champions that rely very heavily on their flash if we're looking at how well they can get out of Cataclysm. So make sure that you burn those flashes early doors, and then when level 6 rolls around, let's see if you can find a move and try and punish them for not having that summoner spell which you burnt previously. For Jun, it's about doing anything more than he did in game number 1. It's about hoping that he can have an impact on this Neferi and start making some plays a little bit more aggressively than we saw from the Wukong.
Yeah, and JDG, they're going to have to respect Wei a little bit more this game, because they clearly did not show a lot of respect to the Trundle that can just walk up to you, and a Jarvan can get on top of you much, much easier. So we'll see if they have decided to right their wrongs coming into this game, as the bot lanes do hit level 2 on each of them, but not expecting too much here unless Wink sees a really good angle.
Yeah, I mean, the Varus and the Jhin, 2 champions that, for me at least, can kind of go blow for blow. In that bot lane role, as we do glance over at the mid lane, I'm a fan of seeing the versatility that we're going to get to see from Rookie, as he had a very good Silas performance, but now has an opportunity to do it on a control mage, and I do think that versus an Annie in particular, this Victor has a very favourable matchup. The Lays are able to poke out the Annie from a longer range than she can really contest, and then when you do get sort of into that close range confrontation with the Annie, you can put the Chaos Storm, the Gravity Well down, and very easily trade back effectively up against Scout in this situation. So Rookie's been blessed here with this matchup. I do think he's got a pretty good opportunity through the early stages, and I think that for JDG, for them to be able to do really anything more than we saw from them in game number 1, I'd like to see it come from that top side. You've picked this Renekton, it's also now happens to be up against a pretty squishy mage in that top side. So let's see if you can actually have an impact and give Jun a way to start progressing himself in this game more so than we did in game number 1.
The junglers on the sides, they're pushing lanes, and Wei is going to head up top here. He's going to pop the Scryer's plant, see that there are no jungle camps, and then walk it out. And if he came up, that ward from Xiaoshu would spot anything out immediately.
Both teams looking for potential dives here, especially on this bot side. IG in trouble.
Gala in a little bit of trouble. He's just kind of caught up here. He's going to be able to flash away, but the root's going to go onto Wink, and Shun is going to be able to flash out, and he gets first blood.
Really well played by JDG down on this bot side. Crashing a wave under the turret, taking down Gala, and even with cleanse available, he's going to have to do a bit of a long walk back. Rookie even trying to defend a little bit against this by moving down to that bot side. He isn't going to lose too much because he will take the wave down here, but it looks like a bit of a wave lost in the mid lane, and as you would expect, Gala now in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, not great for him to kick this thing off. The good news is he will still be useful. These roots will be able to come through with the poke that comes out from Rookie and the Shy, and for JDG, Shun is on the board much, much faster than that first game. He kind of feels like he woke up a little bit and decided that he was going to play some League of Legends today.
Yeah, I think game number 1 was a really big wake-up call for probably the majority of JDG, as you know, that they sort of sat back, had their game dictated to them, and it wasn't a nice story that they got written. So they've now got this opportunity in game number 2 to stop that from happening again, and it's good to see that already there are some positive moves being made. Still waiting for Wei to have that first early impact, but he did spend that time collecting a little bit more farm. He's now a camp or so ahead over Jun, going to look to steal away these Raptors as well. And you can see on the minimap here, Rookie putting a ward down to defend the Raptors in response. So he's going to have a little bit of a chance to keep his Jarvan just that very small amount up in terms of experience. But obviously for Jun, who took the first kill, he's more than happy with that as a trade.
So we talked about how important level 6 is for the junglers. Some, a little bit of fighting on the top side, but nothing too crazy. How important it really is for Wei. Obviously, he hasn't burned any of these flashes early on, but that Cataclysm is going to come up before the flash of any of these members. That's just how it works. So as long as you go in and you don't immediately die, things will be A-okay. Shouldn't going to hop on this dragon with the rest of the JDG bot side because they have priority. They'll clear out the board. The first dragon, 6 minutes into the game, will be there.
Yeah, and I think that just fits, to be honest. They are really far ahead down on the spot side, right? Even though the Virus opts into a tier early on and effectively is behind on combat power, if anything. The power that Jun has currently with that tunneler being picked up is quite strong. Just with where we see as well, the Shy needing a little bit of support on that top side because Xiaoshu is playing this level 6 Renekton. Means that his lane is now, honestly, not the worst thing in the world. He's probably going to get poked down by the Aurora, but shouldn't ever feel like they are within kill range. And now for JDG, it's about making sure that they can start to extend the pace of this game, because I sort of want to reconsider and revise my earlier sort of notion of the scaling. I do want to think that IG are probably going to scale a significant amount better into this game between the power of a Victor and the power of a late game Jhin. And just the teamfight nature of this IG composition. It's JDG that are a little bit pressed to make something happen in the early stages. Unfortunately for Jun, he's already done that. But again, it's about whether or not they can continue with that trend.
And it's really the teamfight nature of the game, right? There's just a lot more skirmishing this year. Obviously, there was more early on in the year when we had 2 sets of grubs. Now with 1 set of grubs, it's slowed down a little bit early on, but it is still a faster pace than it has been in the past. Xiaoshu taking quite a bit of damage there, but he does have a null magic mantle, so he will be no worse for wear. The grubs are up in about 20 seconds here, and Shun is the only one near the top side. Meanwhile, Ray looking to do something down here, but looks like the wave is going to hold.
Hello.
Oh no, he just walked right into it, man. That is tough. Wei is on the way, but I think Rookie, he's forced to flash away. Scout wants a little bit more, and the shield falls off. He gets the job done. Did he do any damage to him is the question. I think he did, yeah. And Rookie will at least get credit for that one.
There'll be some leftover damage from the Chaos Storm or from a rogue laser that happened. It's a 1-for-1, and it's a good wave actually for Rookie down on that bot side. It's about who goes to collect it, really, more than anything. But it does mean that JDG are able to secure themselves some grubs. So again, you know, it's that trade-off, right? My Victor gets 20 stacks from his passive and progresses to another evolution that little bit faster. But the enemy team just got Void Grubs. So where do you draw the line? What do you define as worth? And I think that for JDG, they're probably the team that are coming out on the better end of that. The Shy now, though, definitely the focus of some attention from JDG is Wink, Jun, and Scout are all up here.
That wave is indeed stacked. Wink gonna flash on top. Mako gonna try to save his boy, but is unable to do so and is now caught between 4 members. Wink gonna take a last turret shot. He will be able to survive. It's a nice play by JDG. Now Shun gonna go in there for round 2. Take him down. As you said, drop aggro. It's 3-0 for the JDG jungler.
Yeah, and unfortunately Mako here just not really having the impact that you'd like from your Rakan. He gets in, gets CC'd, and by the time he actually pops the quickness and actually catches onto anybody, the rest of his teammate have already fallen. The Shy not really able to put out too much damage there either. Wasn't able to hold the wave, and As soon as we see one first stun come through from Xiaozhu, it's immediately followed up by Wink. These two new pieces of JDG that we said in game number 1 needed to facilitate their team a little bit better, finally starting to have that little bit of an output. It's finally starting to see them make those plays that they were drafted into this composition to make.
Yeah, it took a game, but now they understand it now, you know? Like the guy who shoots the basketballs, I understand it now. It's exactly what's going on for JDG. So they have a 1,300 gold lead right now. They have secured the feat of Warfare. They are looking for this last objective to secure feats overall. 1 minute and 25 seconds till this dragon, and Shun will be completely unchecked right now. He's 3-0. He's got the Spear of Shojin. If I'm IG, I am staying far away from the dog.
Yeah, as far away as possible, and you know, this is one of those comfort picks for June. Feels like he's one of the few junglers that will still pull this out even post nerfs of the Neferi, and you can see that already JDG starting to have that pack mentality as they're moving 3 people down onto this bot side. Rookie's going to know that something's up, and fortunately so do the rest of his team way on this bot side. You can see that Mako's also making a little bit of a move down here, but as Wei's looking to defend his bot lane, he's not able to defend his jungle camps, and the wolves have now been taken, the Gromp taken by June, and that lead that we talked about earlier on is completely flip-flopped as June has now taken the entire bot side in the face of Wei, and forcing the jungler to EQ out of his own jungle is never a good sign.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing if Jarvan is kind of low econ, but this early into the game, A, pretty bad, and B, accelerating the economy of Shun, also very, very bad. IG need to find a way to actually deal with this, but I really don't think they can. Their solo laners are not strong enough at this point in the game. The Shy is just kind of wrapped up top. Agala is not strong. Really, Wei just has to take it.
And this is kind of the concern that I was thinking with this top lane flex, right? I sort of highlighted it in the draft. Yes, the Shy can take this Aurora into the top lane, and it's given Rookie a good matchup in the mid lane. Don't get me wrong, he's now really the only part of IG that has some semblance of an advantage with this 20 CS lead. But it's come at the cost of this Renekton honestly having a pretty fine laning phase. The Shy already getting dove once, and Maker not really being able to do anything about it. For IG, would like to see them as they're posturing around this dragon. Just give this up. It's not the worst case scenario if you have to give this away. You don't have first items, and Jun is just so strong.
Wink is ghosting. He's on his horse. But we'll do nothing more than clear out a couple of wards and shove IG away as they look, as JDG looks to prepare for the dragon here. He's over in the mid lane just clearing out some minions, but Gala is going to meet this wave, so nothing much for IG. They aren't able to get any sort of advantages. They just have to play the waiting game. They cannot fall too far behind. It's almost a reversal of what happened in the last game.
Yeah, it's about whichever one of these teams so far proves to pick the early game composition and importantly make it work. I think that there's a complete difference between picking an early game composition and making it work versus having an early game composition and then sitting back and losing slowly. JDG so far have done a pretty good job. 1k gold to the good. Neutral objectives going their way. They found all 3 grubs. They're going to find these first 2 dragons, and for the burden of execution, they are certainly executing right now.
Rookie's trying to find a way in, but he's met by Scout. Wink is also walking down to help out his boy Shun. Scout will be able to spot out this ward that's back here, so Shun is well aware that they know that he's there. Taze and Wink able to walk in. Scout can heal up just a little bit, and IG say no way, as they will lose the second drink and they will lose the feats.
Honestly, Yanni, that's good. Like, they were not going to win that fight. Like, it would have just been them walking in. Maybe they take away the dragon, but they would have lost so many members that it probably wouldn't have been worthwhile in the first place. And a little bit of restraint exercised by an LPL team when it comes to a neutral objective is, you know, it's a pretty big deal. So we should be celebrating the fact that IG here have decided that that dragon was not for them. As they move away now, and are going to need to take just that little bit more time to attempt to push forward and make sure that they've got some strength as this game does move later into this game. Not just taking any fight that they can, losing it and then losing the game that little bit quicker.
1 minute until the Rift Herald is up, and for IG, this is the part of the game where you start getting a little worried. Rift Herald can do so much for you. Go get a turret, give yourself mid-pressure. If, you know, they wait to throw it down until the next dragon is up, that it would put JDG on soul point. So being able to delay JDG as long as possible would be so big for IG.
Especially since as well you've got the Atacon spawning in 5.5 minutes as well, something to consider as Mako. Well, Spellbook Cleanse was forced, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. His grand entrance to escape did get interrupted, so he has to use the Battle Dance to get over the wall. Either way, though, JDG once again posturing quite nicely on this top side. Pays.
Pays does have the flash available. He will flash away after Wink engages. Shun trying to get there quickly as these health bars are low. The Hail of Arrow is not going to slow anybody up, so IG is forced away, but this Herald is up.
Yeah, and I think that that's fine for the trade for now, right? 3.5 minutes until that next dragon, which is where IG should try to make their stand, and Pays will have no flash for that. This is now a great big calling signal to the rest of the team. Okay, the enemy Varus has no flash. Please, can we focus him and try and take him down? Now then the question becomes, was that the right target to go for? Because, oh dear.
Rookie! Oh my god! That's a huge steal.
Yeah, it is. And you know, let's just walk it out. Let's take the wins where we get them.
No, we're gonna look for more here. We're gonna force a flash on a scout too. This is all of a sudden pretty big for IG. 2 key flashes down, but the problem is Gala walked a little bit too far in front and is taken down by Pays.
Well, just a series of really bad plays from a lot of our legacy players as well.
You praise the LPL, you praise IG for showing restraint, and then you see whatever this was. My eyes.
Yeah. That was okay. So Jun losing out on the Herald, just smite it. Okay, that's the rule number 1 of neutral objectives. Just smite them. Doesn't matter how free they seem. You never know what's going to come across a wall or seemingly from within your complete control of your vision. Either way, Rookie able to take away the Herald, and then Gala just stepping a little bit too close for a deadly flourish. Face checks Varus, who's got the Yomus and is more than happy to try and chain you down. That was a pretty egregious mistake from Gala as he ends up paying for it with his life as well. I mean, does Jun just early smite, or
no? It's up.
Yeah, it's just a quick old yoink.
Yeah, this is sometimes what happens when you play with your friends. You get a little too lax, you know. That is totally not the reason why. I don't know what happened there. All I know is Gala, brother. I know that you want to do something because the wave is pushed in, and you just want to do something with your hands. You should not do that.
It's one of those situations where you think, well, the Varus can't be on the map because he would be hitting mid-wave. But then you have to think, well, if the Varus, it has to be somewhere, you know? Like, just exercising a little bit of critical thinking has proven to be the downfall, and, you know, Gala pays for it. It says, you know, well, it is worthwhile to drop that bot wave if I'm going to be able to pick off the enemy ADC, as Gala ends up falling, and now we look forward into what this fight in 30 seconds, 40 seconds time may look like. Looking at those items across the board as well, we are starting to be at roughly parity, I would say, as we move into this fight. Our AD carries 1.5 items, mid laners as well, 1.5 items, couple of components. The real sort of outlier currently looking to be in that top side, where the Aurora actually has a pretty decent component versus just a longsword on top of that first item. But on the flip side, it's also Jun, who's got that really strong lead over Wei, an extra level as well, and will feel quite confident as they move into this Drake setup.
Smites away the blue buff from Wei, so full uptime for his mana and his spells. Rookie drops the Herald onto the bot side. I imagine that Shun will be ready and raring the smite this time around as the dragon has been started, but it will attack the dogs, so Shun is dogless right now. He does not have that dog in him. Teleports coming in from both sides. On the mid wave is the Shy. Meanwhile, Curtain Call coming out, but Scout is going to blow up Mako. He'll be able to hop away, but he does not live. But what a snipe coming through from Gala on the other side. The Shy getting pushed away. IG in there. It's a 3v3, but Timbers is doing a lot. Chains of Corruption does not land. Shun is in the thick of things, looking for Rookie, but Wei will be able to drive him off. Dragon down, 4,000. Wei goes all the way in. They manage to find a kill. Shun will fall.
Rookie!
IG wins the fight. IG will take the Dragon and will breathe a big sigh of relief.
And it's a massive fight from the IG mid-jungle duo, once again linking up to set up this skirmish. It's no flash from the play 3 minutes ago on Pays, which means he falls. And despite the fact that it's now up and available, through that fight around the dragon, there was nothing that the Varus could do. The second he gets in range of an EQ flag and drag into the Cataclysm, it's just curtains for him. The Chaos Storm goes down, the Shy is constantly toying and teasing on the flip side as well. And this is a really slow burner for the Jhin, as he just sort of waits, biding his time, making sure that he can actually take down Wink, and threading it round, taking down the Rel. As Xiaozhu dashes off to this top side, this Renekton now not really a part of this fight. A great flash from Rookie brings Jhin just a little bit too far forward, and the Dragon in this fight is actually doing overtime in favour of IG, constantly doing the damage that they needed onto the carries. The late flash away means that Jhin will ultimately fall, as Rookie now caught out.
Yep, Rookie dying on a side lane here. It is tough. He's going to give gold over to Scout. So a second kill for him immediately after IG makes a nice play. This happens, and it looks like they will lose Otacon.
Hayes, though, in the mid lane has got flash back up, because he actually might look to try and dice a little bit with JDG and with IG looking at that Rift Herald. Are IG looking to contest? The Otacon actually gets peeled away from, as looks like the Shy might have been in a little bit of a rogue spot.
She's gonna pop that ultimate. The Shy trying to hop away. The slice, no dice, but the stun comes out. Right on top, Mako. What an ultimate from Wink. A big stun to follow it up too. And JDG is running this fight. The Shy gets stunned. Wei dies on the backside, and without their mid laner, IG falls apart.
Yeah, no Rookie, no fight there, and it's a complete whitewash as JDG destroy IG as they tried to peel away from the Otacon, successfully so, and managed to pick themselves up. Is that 3 kills in the long run as Mako called for the quickness, and then he gets CC'd, wasn't ever able to use that grand entrance to chain a knock-up, and now Rookie TP's down to that bot side and looking for a kill onto Scout. Tivers.
This is problematic. Okay, he'll get the shield out. Scout gets very low, but manages to live. Turret goes down in favor of Rookie, so the mid and bot lane of IG recovering a little bit. The gold lead is even, but it's a game of inches right now, Rudude, and that Otacon could make a bit of a difference.
And that's when we have to look back to what our theories of the compositions were. But we'll take a look at this fight once again. It's Mako, right? Quickness into immediate CC chain, into Wink. 4-man Magnet Storm, and a 3-man Shattering Strike off the back of it as well. Gala knows the second that happens, okay, Cleanse Flash, I need to get out of here. This fight's already over. But I do want to highlight, right, you talked about this game being very dead even in terms of that gold. How do our scaling advantages weigh into this situation? And for me, Rookie still, despite that slight pick on the side lane, is going to be the biggest threat in this game on the Victor. Should be able to handle the majority of JDG's pressure, as he can put the gravity well down onto somebody diving on him. He can use the movement speed from his evolved Q to keep himself a little bit safe, and the shield that it provides as well to keep himself at arm's reach. And that, you know, for me is a pretty big boon, a pretty big deal, as IG looks to set up. They managed to steal away one of those dragons earlier on. And you know, they're not pressured to take this fight around the next one, but I do think that with 3 items in the works for Rookie, they'll be quite happy to try and take any fight that he's a part of.
Yeah, I think JDG just need to find a way to end this game quickly, right? Just get far enough ahead that it's too much for IG to overcome. And on the side of IG, they just need to not put themselves in a position to have that happen to them. They played so tightly in that mid game and were able to bring it back, but then have gotten very lackadaisical since then. And especially Rookie on the side lane, just having so much trouble right now. He's strong, but he's not that strong.
Can't really handle the 2-item Renekton with that Stride Breaker. Going to be a little bit of a break point for the time being, where the Renekton's still favoured, but a slightly longer, slightly more drawn-out fight, maybe when one more item comes through. Rookie's going to be A-okay to try and take those skirmishes. For the time being, though, Xiaozhu working his way through this top turret. Remember that JDG did end up securing the Void Grubs in this game, so taking these neutral turrets are going to be quite easy and take a little bit less time than you might have anticipated, as Wei now spotting out JDG walking through this jungle.
He's going to take some damage there, but there's no follow-up to be had. He will get rooted, as Rookie walks his way in. He does have his flash available. It looks like everybody is here. Scout over on the side, forced the flash away. And now Wei's going to go after him. Can the Shy get in there and do enough damage? He's going to go between worlds, and they find the pick that they wanted. But the question is, can they escape? Teleport coming in. Pays over on the side, and now he's got to deal with Wei. Meanwhile, the Shy in a 3v1, he falls, but Pays. Rookie comes over and causes some problems. He's low. The root doesn't land. Shun trying to dance around, but Pays is going to fall. The knockup not quite there because Shun went untargetable, and he's still alive, and he's still damn strong as they're going to look for more. But the Renekton's going to fall and turn into a pair of boots as Mako will take him down, and the lone survivor Shun has to limp away.
And it's again a great pick. It's that mid-jungle duo once again for IG stepping up. Instead of it being the Aurora in the mid lane, it's actually coming from the Shy. So kudos to Wei for setting it up, this time linking up with his solo laner in the top side to knock down Scout, who was not a part of that fight. And any skirmish where your Tibbers isn't just constantly being a nuisance to the enemy backline is one that you're going to struggle with. Scout flashes early and then gets caught in the Cataclysm, and I think that the Shy actually, by and large, plays this pretty darn well, puts himself in a little bit of trouble afterwards. But it's a knock-up from Wei, a really good flash to try and catch out, and then the Shy goes between worlds, finishes off Scout, but then I think actually going back through here costs him dearly, as you might have thought he'd be able to get over and play this 2 versus 1 quite nicely with his jungler, but Pace having to flash over that wall to be a part of the fight in the first place, and also getting caught in the pit by Rookie. You'll see this laser in the end just catches him, the Blackfire Touch able to take him down. And a great flash over the wall from Rookie keeps himself safe. But all the while here, this is just a case of IG having a numbers advantage. They took this fight 5 versus 4, and now Pays is dead again.
He's got no flash, and he will pay for it. Positioning issues abound for the JDG 80 carry this game. And IG have roared back to life, and they have their eyes set on the Baron.
And with no Varus, that poke threat is significantly weaker. Would like to see them take this without too much concern, especially with the Malignants on the Annie being down, but instead they're going to turn for more kills.
Yep, Gala's going to land that root. Now they're going to look for a couple more targets. Mako will be able to charm up Scout, and he is deep and dead. Mako looking for more knockups, not going to find him, but there's the curtain call coming through to slow them up and try to land a snipe, and he does it again! Gala does it again! He's putting on a show back there! And now it's your Renekton in the middle of 5. A triple kill for Gala. It ain't canon because it ain't a quadra, but he played it damn well.
And that's incredible for Gala to have this performance in game number 2. Stepping up for his team, and honestly the entirety of IG this time round have looked very, very scary. They came out of this early game and came into this series for me as potential underdogs, seeing as whether or not Wei would be able to hold a candle to the powerhouse that is the JDG jungler Jun, and in game number 1 he absolutely did. In this game number 2 has been instrumental in the mid game, has been constantly looking for picks, constantly finding people out, and once again Pays caught out a little bit too far forward, but scouted out by this jungler, by Wei, who got brought into this IG roster to add a little bit of something new. He does exactly that.
He was a little quiet early on in this game, especially on the Jarvan, but any time flashes have been down, he has been the dog instead of Shun. He has been on top of these members. You take a look, Gala putting him down. IG in a game that they really should not have been a part of. JDG was unable to push their advantage deep enough and made some critical mistakes, Scout and Pays specifically, and find themselves staring down the barrel of a very strong IG.
Baron at their backs now, potentially putting themselves in a very good position to take down these inner structures where you can see just lurking over the wall. No flash still.
They're stuck. They're stuck in the Cataclysm and they can't get out. The Shy takes out Shun. Now Scout over on the side will burn his stun on the Shy. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu trying to get back there, but Wei is going to flag and drag out. Scout goes in, lands a big stun. They find the Jhin, and Xiaoshu is looking for more. He finds the Shy. Could be the throw of the century, Rudude, as Rookie is stuck. The laser on the Wink, it's not going to kill him, but Mako comes back in. Rookie's still alive. He's still standing, but Xiaoshu, the MVP of this fight, comes up huge for JDG.
takes a double kill and actually thwarts their push into the base. Keeps his team's hopes of this game alive and cashes in a major way here. Many shutdowns getting picked up for the Renekton. Maybe would have liked to have seen them gone on to somebody better, but unfortunately all of the rest of his team were dead. He was the best recipient given the situation they're in. It does look good here to start off for IG. I will credit once again Wink with another 4-man crashdown or Magnet Storm combo, just slowing the engage for IG. And then it's Scout who spots here a nice clump of the double bot lane duo from JDG, puts Gala down and Mako once again dancing around this fight. Able to constantly provide just a little bit extra CC. You know, Pays here looking for Rookie. Knockup comes through. Keeps the Victor safe. Enough time for him to cast one more Q, get one more shield, and take down the Varus. So Mako, for me, you know, the MVP of keeping that fight as close as possible. For the time being, Victus Gaming still far ahead, still with the turrets that they were able to take, and still with complete control over this river. They will find themselves this Drake. It's not going to be sold just yet, but certainly something for JDG to consider as we move into the next 5 minutes.
And I want Wei to once again just look for these flashless targets. That last fight, Pays' flash came up and it was actually massive. While he did get trapped for a little bit, Wei was a little too far forward. They didn't have the burst. Pays was able to drop his ultimate, and everybody on IG had to scatter. And that was the big difference maker that bought so much room for Xiaoshu, and nobody was there to help out some of these lower health members. So this time around, I mean, Pays, I don't know how safe he's going to have to be, but wherever he thinks he can step up, he should stay back even further and just wait for these flashes to come back up. Play for this next dragon.
The Scout here with no flash, looking for an angle onto Rookie, who's once again stuck around, but unfortunately JDG elected not to go for the play. They could have collapsed and maybe found Rookie, but they would have probably lost a lot on the rest of the map as well, or maybe ended up seeing the collapse come through. As IG staying with their attention on that top side, it's the one remaining turret outside of the base that JDG have got left to hang on to. Contains quite a bit of gold as well. And looking at those junglers, credit to Wei here, opting for that Guardian Angel, so doesn't matter who he gets penned in the Cataclysm with. If they take him down, odds are he's going to have the time to get into his GA and then his EQ back up as Jun now caught, but goes invulnerable. Mako here kind of wasting the ulti.
That Wei will show no fear as the Shy. A little bit of trouble with Shun is looking to run these guys down. Wink takes a big forward shot between what's coming from the Shy. Wei coming in from the side. They're going to focus down Wink and he's going to fall. Guardian Angel going to get popped. Big damage on the backside. It's going to force Shun away. Wei is back up, and now that's going to mean a 5v4 for the next 35 seconds as this top inner turret falls.
Losing Wink, not the biggest deal here for JDG. They've still got the damage and the range coming through.
They're going to target out Scout. He doesn't have that flash, and he's going to fall. Wei is still alive. Somehow, some way, he will flag and drag out. The fourth shot puts Shun down, and now they're going to look for Pays. Xiaoshu trying to make another hero play. He is going to find the Shy, but he will only find death. Another triple for Gala, and that should do it.
Wave coming through on that top side. They're just going to corral these minions in. 30 seconds on any of the carries for JDG. Wink is here, but he's not going to be able to do anything here. He's got an entire wave to try and take out.
He flashes to the side. He gets knocked up. Unofficial quad for Gala, just how a Jin would draw it up. And IG, a 2-0 victory over JDG. The first one in dominating fashion. This one a little harder, but they weathered the storm well.
And that's really good for IG. I'm very excited by this roster so far through the early season. They took Top Esports to 3 games. They've had a really good series here versus JDG. And, you know, worth mentioning that their first series out was potentially a little bit shaky. They were up against up under the collar, up against an FPX roster who we don't have particularly high expectations for. That took them to 3 games, and coming into this series, they were dead even on their game score, but a 2-0 here is actually very, very impressive, and really does bode well for IG. And I think that if Wei can continue with this trend of being a pretty formidable jungler, IG have got something really good to hang on to.
Yeah, I don't think an MVP this game, but damn good, for sure. So I have to give him all the credit in the world. I think if that Rift Herald goes the way of JDG, this entire game is different. But for IG, remember, you know, we saw it in this game. They're not even playing perfectly. right? Like,
Yeah.
we're seeing rookies still get caught out on side lanes. They kind of overcooked in the top lane with the Shy, with that Aurora pick. It didn't really have, I think, the necessary effect they wanted early. It was good later on, was able to enable some roots to come out from Gala, but these solo laners still not playing to the peak of their powers that we know. So if they can really improve that, get that extra 5 to 10% better, this team will be one to watch out for, will contend for that second spot, just like they did in Split 2. And who knows, maybe they could shock AL.
Yeah, and I mean the IG squad here that we see in this series is a vast contrast from what we saw just on the opening day when they had that first series. But I think that looking at how well they battled back in this game is a really good showcase for what they can do. And I mean, again, comes down to what we were expecting for their composition, right? Where they were looking to scale a little bit, where they were looking to have that little bit more free time. And I'd actually challenge you on the point that the Aurora didn't do what it was supposed to. I think that the Aurora was supposed to make way for the Victor pick, which was actually instrumental. And the fact that they were allowing Rookie to play a Victor in a comfortable matchup proves to be the reason that they won this game. They had this Victor who was freely scaling up through the early game, had a very good laning phase, and then was able to carry back in team fights. I think that the Shy would have been more than happy to just have to sacrifice a little bit of his own personal agency in that game for the sake of such an easy ride, really, when Rookie just gets to 2 items.
You know what? You're right. If it's a draft smurf, doesn't even matter. And even then, in-game later on, it was really, really good. He got to go pair up with Wei a lot with these between worlds, along with the Cataclysm, getting onto the right side of people, dealing a bunch of damage, getting them low, bursting them out. So lane-wise, a little tough. Got dove, as you said earlier. But, yeah, you know what? You're right. He brought a lot of room and will be the unsung hero, perhaps. Now, I said that I wasn't sure about Wei getting MVP. You made a bit of a face, so I want to know your thoughts on a potential MVP here.
I don't know who else we'd be looking at. We could give it to Gala. I think that Wei, though, again, was one of those big-ticket players for IG
huge.
this game. He was picking people out. He was the reason that we saw Pays go down around the Dragon. He was the reason that we ended up seeing a couple of picks onto Pays in the mid-game that allowed them to really snowball. I think you could make an argument for Gala for having some really solid team fights. You can make an argument for Rookie for having some really solid team fights. But again, I think that the reason that they won this game was Wei's job and being able to find those picks with the Cataclysm. So I wouldn't be against any of those three really being elected as the player of the game. And I think that if Wei gets it for a second time in a row, so be it. That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, if Wei gets it, I'm not going to be upset. Now, I'll challenge you on the Gala point. I think Gala had a great game. But I don't think that Gala had to do anything spectacular. He had some great snipes. Don't get me wrong. But I think that what Rookie did in this game kind of trumps that a little bit. Stealing that Rift Herald, I think, was the difference maker in this game. I think that JDG, if they use it well, they go and they get that third dragon. Then they go and they take out a turret on top of it. I think they could be too far ahead. Now, obviously, that would require them to play the fights really well, play the setups really well. And as for Wei, as you said, picking these guys off, that's fantastic too. I think it matters what you weigh, no pun intended, a little bit more heavily against the other.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a valid justification, valid argument for both sides, and honestly, why we sometimes do see that there are some discrepancies between what people on our desk end up going for and what the official broadcast end up going for as well.
Ethical voting.
Ethical voting, amen. And I think that for the most part, as well as we do rattle through these highlights, you do get to see that this game wasn't completely smooth sailing for IG, right? Like, JDG definitely pushed them to a pretty decent extent. And again, Jun having a pretty decent performance on the Neferi this time round. It's good to see that we saw something from him in this game, whereas previously in game number 1, it was completely different. But I mean, there are two different instances where Wei shouldn't have lived, and yet he does. He's just able to walk out to safety, and it's that constant management of your own knowledge of the game, right? Like, how much damage can these 2, 3, 4 champions and a turret do to me at all? Like, what are they capable of doing, and are they able to take me down? If I recognize no, then I'm going in.
Tough for JDG, right? Obviously, as you said, Shun had a good showing, but I think Pays and Scout did not look very good in this series. Like, it was game 1, I kind of throw that out because everybody did not play well, right? It's whatever. But this particular game, I mean, Scout, I think his biggest play was here when he lands that double stun. Like, there wasn't any crazy big Tibbers plays. Obviously, his flash was down for a lot of this game. Pays had that misposition at that bottom side fight where he had to flash over the wall into Tri-Brush into the face of Jarvan, and other positioning errors earlier in the game that really made it so he was a non-factor in some of these big fights.
Yeah, Pays had a really tricky game, and I think that my concern currently is that I'm just a massive Annie hater. I think that any player that picks Annie just puts themselves in such a hole anyway, because you always go down farm, you always go down CS, you always feel pressured to make a play happen, so you end up losing out, and then that just makes your enemy mid laner look that much stronger.
And she's very linear too. Like, there's like, you know what an Annie is going to do in a fight. You know they're going to look for people to clump up, and you say, okay, we're not going to clump, so now you think, okay, as long as we have vision, we kind of know what target she's going to go for. She might only hit what's in front of her. If she drops her Tibbers what's in front of her, that's a winnable fight for you, even though you're getting engaged on. So, you know what? I can see why you're a bit of an Annie hater. I think if you're able to get the creative angles, it's great, but it is difficult against some of the best teams in the world.
Absolutely. And I think that, you know, I'd probably be happy just seeing Annie completely petered out of the meta, but it is what it is, and we'll see if she slowly progresses her way out of it. I think this is perfectly well justified, and probably exactly what it should be. Like 96% kill participation as well.
That is a lot.
Like, Jarvan kind of skews it because he gets an assist for any time he puts his flag near people, but even still...
He wasn't getting assists for those. Like, he was, but like, you can discount those, and this guy had a great game. Like, you're not saying, oh man, this guy was an assist farmer. No. He had that big impact in the game. You know, that's why I'm okay with it, even though I would have probably selected it a little differently. I'm okay with it. All right, Rudude. So we've seen our first look at JDG. Initial opinion on them?
Requires work, which isn't a bad thing. I think that we saw some signs here, and I do think that Wink on the Rel actually didn't look particularly awful. Xiaozu as well didn't particularly look like he was costing them games on the Renekton this time round. But you know, they were probably one of the reasons that game number 1 didn't go so well. So there's only fair that we get to see Pays Scout have a particularly tricky game number 2 as well.
You know what? I agree with your assessment. They will have time to go fix things, but this was a bit of a rough start. They've twisted their ankle out of the gate. We'll see them get some ice, and then we'll see them later on in the week against Team WE, I believe, to cap off Saturday. So we'll see if JDG can fix a lot of their problems then and take advantage of a Team WE who is not looking great. Speaking of teams that might not be looking as good as we initially thought, Thunder Talk and LNG are next in Group Nirvana. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for that matchup soon.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, no. Keep running on.
Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast, and we have our final series of the day. We're taking a trip to Nirvana, my friends. Thunder Talk 1-1 versus LNG, sitting at 0-1. Rude Dude, it feels like these teams are at a crossroads, right? Now, it's still very early on, but, you know, there's only 10 matches. That is not a lot of matches. And right now, Thunder Talk, a cut below the top two, and LNG, the hottest team coming in to Split 3 out of Nirvana, already 0-1.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, both of these two teams, I mean, they're probably not where they want to be at this stage. Even, you know, just a one-game loss or one series loss is pretty rough to take. Like you say, you play 10 games, and comparing that to the sort of 16, is it 17, 18 that you play in, or 14 actually that you end up playing in Ascend is a little bit different. So you do really want to be on top of where your standings need you to be, right? You're looking for a top 4 spot so that you can have a chance at play-in. So for Nirvana, it's a lot more forgiving this time round. Like, the bottom 2 essentially just don't play until 2026, which is a fine. Like, it's not the same break as we saw Delta OMG, right? And I think that's the important part, is that they have this split to keep on playing. But as long as you get top 4, you get to go into that play-in stage, and the stakes aren't necessarily amazingly high for Nirvana. You just have to be in that top 4. Yes, obviously, you want to look the best so that you have a better opportunity and likely end up with a slightly easier opponent as you move into the play-in stage. Expectation is that we're going to have, once again, those higher seeded teams from Group Ascend pick the lower seeded teams from Group Nirvana. So if you put yourself in first seed, you're probably not going to get picked first, and you know, that's just the logical outcome that you would get from, you know, either side of the Ascend Nirvana play-in stage.
Give you an easier matchup. Remember, 4 seeds going to Worlds. I don't know if any of these teams can make a run, but I'm going to have a lot of fun finding out, and I hope you and everybody else will too, Rudu. The first team we're going to take a look at is Thunder Talk. They did make one adjustment to the roster. If you are just watching them in the split for the first time, it's Hoya in the top lane, Aki, their new jungler, as Beishuan had gone to BLG, and we don't know what's going on with him. Satab in the mid lane, 1xN and Feather in the bottom lane, the core of that team down there.
Yeah, and importantly as well, right, they had Xiao Huangren and then decided to swap in Aki. I do think that Aki has, from the series that I've seen so far, not really overperformed on this Thunder Talk roster, but even still, probably, you know, at the very least, a side grade for Xiao Huangren with just a little bit more experience and a little bit more capability to help out this team and make sure that they're in a really good spot for what is going to be a really tricky season ahead. You know, they've got a couple of really strong teams in their group, with NIP looking incredible, and with a brand new reinvigorated look as well of EDG. We could very well see some pretty difficult games for them up ahead, as well as we do have a double round robin.
And for Thunder Talk, it has been a precipitous fall from grace, my friend. In the first split, they went 3-0. Look at this. Look at this. This is top laner. This to take him back. Take him back. This is top laner Hoya solo killing Bin. They won the series. Remember, it was best of 5s in split 1. They won the series versus BLG. They were 3-0. They got into the playoffs in the upper bracket. They lost 3-1 to JDG, and then they lost to BLG. And since then, Thunder Talk has never been the same. It was a bit of a meta swap where you went away from lane swaps, and they have just been not very good at all. And it's been pretty depressing if you're a Thunder Talk fan.
And it was those lane swaps that were really the Thunder Talk bread and butter that were allowing them to come away with a lot of these victories. So I do feel like the macro game is something that they've been pretty good at for the most part. And what we can also see, I mean, this is in their win versus Ultra Prime that they had just a couple of days ago, is that they actually do end up taking these team fights pretty darn decently, and that they're quite happy to get in the mix, skirmish with a large-scale amount of champions, and even just the draft as well, looking a little bit different from what we've come to expect, right? We've got a very early Smolder being taken in, and in game 1 of a best of 3 Fearless, you've got Senna already picked up, which may be a little bit more typical. But I do want to highlight that we look at this Thunder Talk roster, and so frequently it's been the talk about this bot side of the map and about 1xN being this hyper carry that they can look to play through. You mentioned some Aphelios play a little bit earlier on in our previous series, and it's 1xN, who you can see here having a massive game, really big performance on this Aphelios in particular.
Yeah, and for Thunder Talk, they need to put 1xN on a late game carry that can cook, right? And they need to give him purchase to be able to do so, buy him room. That's really what Aki has been doing so far, buying some space for 1xN. Now, an interesting thing about that first clip where they won the Dragon fight, they had the Smolder on their team, they were up like 5 kills to nothing, they were up like 3,000 gold, they lost that game.
And then lost it, yeah.
They fumbled the bag really, really hard. And that is the big concern that I have. Sure, you beat the series against Ultra Prime, right? Ultra Prime is a team that, at times they were like, hey, maybe this team can do something, right? But in this new look, Group Nirvana, I expect them to be a bottom tier team. So if you're Thunder Talk and you want to be one of the top teams, you can't throw that game. That game should have been unthrowable. And yeah, you tossed it. Now we're going to take a look at the LNG roster. We'll dig into them as we have Zika in the top lane, Xiaofeng in the jungle, Haichao in the mid lane, LP and Zhuo on the bottom side. And Xiaofeng, who had been undefeated so far on LNG, did take his first loss last time around against an IP.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a roster of players who've been a little bit, working together now for just a little bit, like you mentioned, with Xiaofeng coming in, maybe making a little bit more difficult of the situation by the fact that he is finding those early losses, but they've still got Zika in the top lane, and I think that is always going to be the point that we look to talk about, because he was one of those top laners that we were looking at as maybe looking to that JDG roster spot if they were looking for new top laners that might have been better served or better pressed and better rewarded for it. Nevertheless, though, LNG as a composition, you highlighted that Zika, he's found that solo kill on the top side, but this highlight package, and forgive me if I've misquoted you here, is just a series of LNG not doing anything and not fighting objectives properly.
Yeah, they were so afraid to do anything, right? They had the 3 dragons to 1. They go and they peel off because they know they're on dragon, and they don't do the Baron, right? After big cooldowns get used, they cannot be afraid against Thunder Talk because they will let the game pass them by. Already into the picks and bans. We can talk about the bans in a second, but Talia got through and is going to Saytab, and we're going to see an answer of Aurora on the other side.
Yeah, and okay, the Varus as well. That was something else that had been left open. The Annie banned away from Haichao. So Talia in for Saytab. We've got an Aurora matchup already. We've seen that this Aurora can be flexed between certain players, whether Zika probably also one of them, in fairness. So that might end up being a flexible pick that LNG can utilize. We've seen Varus get locked up so many times as that premier AD carry. Sivir the response for 1xN. He's played this already this season, and it didn't look as impressive as we might have liked it to. It just needs a little too much time, and I like the mobility that Sivir gives the team. I like the idea behind Sivir, but I don't think that she can be your only carry. I think you need to take Sivir in conjunction with other sources of damage. And once again, we've seen TT and another team fall into this trap of pick double a mobile champion and then get Jarvaned.
All right, LNG. This is a proactive composition that you have so far with your first 3 picks. Do not do what you did last time and be so afraid to fight. Do not give 1xN time to scale into the game, and I think they will be in great shape. But the point that you made, absolutely correct. Now, if Talia is able to get the Leos down and micro stun the Jarvan a little bit, give enough time to maybe seismic shove him back and get away, that'll be fantastic, but it is going to be very difficult. We're already into the second half of bans. Poppy and Cassante are gone, and Rumble is going to be banned out by Thunder Talk.
Yeah, I think Poppy's a really good ban between Steadfast Presence and Keeper's Verdict. Is one of Jarvan's biggest answers, really, more so than anything. I might have liked to see them try and pinch out a little bit more of the support pool on Thunder Talk's side, but I think that when you're looking in this position, maybe just a Braum ban might not do you too badly, but You might want to get rid of something that also tries to engage. Rakan and Jarvan have seemed to be a really good pairing, a really good duo that teams are opting into, so a good ban on that instance as well. You can still look for a Rel here, a Nico in fact as well, still a champion that, you know, we've seen have insane engage potential, and for Joao here on the bot side, double Comet bot lane is going to be really easy to punish ThunderTalk.
Yeah, good pairing with that Varus, and as you said, good impact in team fights. The flex is still open for Aurora. We'll see if it happens again. We are going to see Sion get locked in for ThunderTalk, so we've got our big beefy front line, but we are still lacking in the damage department. And see if Aki is going to go with an aggressive jungler. He has been doing so to kick things off. I think the Xin Zhao would be a nice fit, strong champion, but also gives him opportunity to make some plays.
Yeah, okay, so we've now got a little bit more damage, and we've got a bridge jungler, which is what I like to see. It's something that will bridge that gap between the early game and the mid game, and hopefully give you a little bit of commitment that you can put into the team and can give to LNG as a damage source early on. Importantly, Zika getting his hands on this Ambessa again, I think is a really good tool for him, meaning that he can get access to that backline. And I think that as they take down 1xN in this series, and well, in this series in general, in fairness, LNG will be able to come out on top. It's been a proven technique, and you know, using that spell shield appropriately for 1xN is going to be incredibly important. Really tricky to try and spell shield Public Execution, Nico CC, Jarvan getting on top of you, Chain of Corruption, right? There's a lot of dive, there's a lot of access to this Sivir, and there's going to be eyes on 1xN to try and make sure that he can keep himself safe, but also on the rest of his team to try and provide that suitable front line to prevent some people getting in.
Proactivity, the name of the game for LNG. Burn these flashes and then attack, attack, attack. That is something that they were unable to do in their last series. Haichao was the one playing the Taliyah, burned a ton of flashes with the seismic shove, and they were never able to capitalize after that. It's a lot easier for LNG this time around. I really like the composition they've put together. As long as they don't come out timid, they can get advantages against ThunderTalk, and for the side of ThunderTalk, it is pray for Sivir to get big.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of what they have to do. They're going to be able to use this Taliyah Xin Zhao combo to gateway through the early game, but if they start to fall behind and the Sivir's not able to come online, it's going to be a real struggle for ThunderTalk, and LNG should be able to walk away with this. Their composition on the flip side, not necessarily the greatest scaling, but the way that they can just kill the Sivir is always going to be pretty important. It's always going to be present, and if they just press their R buttons on Sivir, she's probably going to die, and that probably means that TT aren't going to have the damage to carry themselves through this composition and through the game.
There we go.
One person vibing.
Yippee. Hey, listen, you know what? One is better than none, my friend. As we head on to the Rift for Game 1 of this best of 3 series. Be a nice birthday present for Zika. It is his birthday. So, if his team could gift wrap them a win and put LNG to 1-1 and put TT to 1-2 and keep LNG in the conversation to be a top 4 team, that would be great.
And looking at that in this early game, I think this is the first time today where we've seen the junglers have a matched aggression, let's say. The Jarvan and the Xin Zhao can both get very aggressive very early on. So it is going to be a pretty big question of which of these two junglers can come out on top. Again, looking down on this bot side, this should just be LNG really punishing TT early on, right? Where you've got double Comet. That's the type of thing that is going to absolutely brutalize a melee champion like an Alistar, who's going to do absolutely nothing early on, as he's just level 1 getting harassed under his turret, or not even under his turret just yet, but you can see early on, Aki might actually get spotted here, and Feather might go for a flash play.
I love the little step back that Aki had,
Yeah.
and they're going to deliver LP right to him. He's going to have to make a big flash, but it looks like he'll go down with the ship in its first blood for 1xN.
So he saves his flash and burns the flash from Feather. He's got teleport importantly as well, so he can probably just come back down to this bot side, not actually miss too much. And now the question is, what does Arky lose on the flip side of the map? Because if it's nothing, that's just a little bit of time to expend in the bot lane and a really good pickup for the TT jungler. However, if he loses out on some of his camps, that's when it starts to get a little bit rough and a little bit ropey. But I do think that looking at the way that his laners are, he might actually be fine, as Xiaofeng here now looking for mid lane.
All right, let's see if he predicts the Satab flash. He'll just flash first, land the knockup. Micro stunts are out, but Satab will fall, and the jungler's making an early impact.
That's a crazy play from Xiaofeng. He just flashes
really
slows with the W and then waits to see where Satab flashes to. And who expects that, right? Is that Jarvan comes to gank your lane. If you see him flash, you're probably flashing immediately 99% of times. But what really Satab should do is wait for flag and drag, and then as soon as that flag and drag comes through, you have to save your flash for that. I don't think you're going to take enough exit damage from just the slow of the Jarvan W to be able to be under threat of going down. Nevertheless, Xiaofeng sort of baits Satab in, and it makes a great play to catch off the Talia in the mid lane. Goes back to base, picks up a Tia, but Hachao goes back, picks up a Dark Seal instead.
I never thought I'd say, hey, let's turn our brains off, because we are in Nirvana, baby. Already, we have seen jungle ganks in the first 3 minutes when one of these games didn't have any impact out of a Jarvan for 15. It's just unbelievable that this has been allowed to happen this early.
And this is
Zika's
now,
going to be the one in trouble too. He's going to take a lot of damage on the way out.
Probably just dashes away and barely makes it, or not barely, but does make it out to safety. But this makes mid lane now a really big hotspot, and actually I'd like to think forces Arky to move his way into this mid lane pretty soon, speaking of, but mainly just so that he can trade the flash back onto the Aurora. He's going to walk in, he's going to see Zhuo here as well. Is he going to be the one in trouble? Or are they just going to ships in the night?
He's just showing up, saying hi, giving away his location. We're going to see Xiaofeng deploy on the top side here. We can already see blue side pinging those Krugs. Xiaofeng could be up here. Thunder Talk with good jungle tracking here means that they won't get caught by surprise in the future.
I do quite like this laning assignment for TT, I will say. I think the Scion can farm quite safely, quite easily versus the Varus, whereas on the flip side, the Ambessa are going to be, maybe a little bit more difficult, maybe a little bit more pressed, as we can see, to try and farm
he
versus.
gets the cannon, bro. Feather tried.
Yeah, well, as I say that, he gets the CS anyway, so maybe not.
Listen, it was a minion diff there. Like, Feather had the right idea. His minions just did not cooperate. Riot, please.
Well, no, because Feather used a single targeted spell onto a champion, so the minions started focusing him as well. It goes both ways.
He didn't wait for the auto attack in midair.
No, exactly. If we're gonna get down to the minutiae of it, it was technically Feather that goofed it. So we can continue to flame if it's necessary. I think in that instance, as small an outcome as that is going to have on the game, it's worth it.
Well, now we have something to talk about as the first dragon getting done, because Zhuo and LP do have purchase here on the bot side. No surprise, given the fact that it is Nico, it is Varus. The objective for him to pick up.
And just looking at that CS as well, across the board, really even on both sides. The top lane is able to keep relatively same. The same for those bot laners, and overall this swap that was engaged by TT has saved them, honestly, right? Like, the reason that they've engaged in this swap is because the bot lane matchup wasn't really going to get any better. The presence of teleport for LP meant that early gank didn't actually have too much of an impact, because he just TP'd back to the bot side, and the extra 400 or 300 gold for 1xN didn't offset the fact that they're playing against double Comet. And the fact that they are even in gold versus LP and 1xN is actually pretty decent. Now Zhuo gets a nice little root here. He's going to be able to chunk Feather to 60% HP. But this was a really good engaged, or a really well engaged lane swap by Thunder Talk, which hasn't really net them any losses, and currently sees 1xN be 400 gold up.
I just noticed that when Nico turned into a minion on the minimap, it was a minion portrait.
Ooh.
Let's go!
Okay.
Finally!
Go
Finally,
spectate, client.
bro! Dude, oh my god, I'm so happy right now, like, you don't know. Like,
I think Hachao's less happy. Is he
yeah,
fine?
I'm sure, yeah, he's alright, but it is annoying to have the enemy jungler in your lane over and over again, as Aki is doing what he can to keep this game afloat. But again, nothing too crazy so far. You just need to make sure you're not Giga behind and allow 1xN to do his thing. One of the things that we talked about early on is that giving 1xN the room to operate and having multi-threat compositions, this gives him the room to operate, but it is not a multi-threat composition.
No, and I do think that with the Sivir as well, that is a pretty big downfall for this TT composition. It makes the ease of execution for LNG pretty low. It means that they're just going to be able to focus Sivir and probably win in these team fights, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Satab can pop off, maybe he can perform. Currently, you know, I'm looking at his items and he spent 1,650 gold and he's bought 0 magic damage. Right, he's got that Doran's Ring AP, but we're still sat tier, cooldown reduction boots as well. And presently, the damage from this Tilly are not going to be absorbatively high, let's say. It's not going to be able to match what you would like to see coming into this mid-game, and that means then that we're relying very heavily on this Arky Xin Zhao, which, again, currently looking at those items, is an entire Caulfield's Warhammer behind, yet still feels comfortable stepping into this pit.
Yep, 1 for 1 of the grubs so far. Let's see who gets the last one. It's getting a little low. Exhaust is out. Good flash by Zhao Fong over onto the side. Hai Chao off to the side there. Xin Zhao going to be able to claim the 1xN. Shielded up, trying to escape the clutches. LP will flash forward. They'll be able to finish him off. And now Aki goes, knocks Tool over to the side. Feather is a little low, and he will fall. But is Zhuo going to be the next target? A big double root coming out. LP stuck in the back of the pit, and it's a double kill for Aki.
Yeah, and I mean, this Xin Zhao doing exactly what we needed it to. Did they see here? He might be able to channel a recall. Satab, are you going to go for the flick? Yeah, there we go.
Oh!
Spots him.
That was so close.
I mean, Flagon Drag going to be back up.
Yeah, he's just dead. Nice.
Okay.
Well done by Satab.
And that's a 1 fight for TT. They're able to come away with an extra grub as well. They put a lot of gold actually onto that Xin Zhao, and for the jungler that we needed to bridge the gap into the late game, that's exactly what you want. Yes, you can argue getting the kills on the Sivir makes her get to the late game that little bit earlier, but I will say 1xN's flash here, a little bit criminal, flashes from one side of the Cataclysm to the other, and still just ends up getting caught up, knocked up, and yes, he buys a little bit of time by running away with his passive, and a good spell shield to keep himself out to safety. But the things that he could have done had he flashed out of the Cataclysm, you know, probably a lot higher, and maybe would have been able to keep himself a little bit safer. Either way, it's Aki that comes out on top, and it's he who's able to benefit significantly from that skirmish.
Let's see, Satab here, nice guess. Oh, he was standing on that. Come on, he was standing on that. I saw that foot.
That's a Riot. Yeah. We can blame Riot for that one.
I saw that foot. But overall, nice seismic shoves coming out from Satab in that fight. When the dust settles, LNG were the first ones to get the feat of Warfare. Now 1-1 each on the objective feats. We have to see anything coming out with those turrets, but overall, the chaos coming through. Good for TT for now, but giving gold to this LNG squad is a little worrisome.
Yeah, and I mean, it's again coming down to, I think the execution of this game is going to be really important, because on paper, Sivir outscales everybody on LNG. However, when you look at how easy it is for LNG to kill Sivir, again, it's not necessarily as straightforward as the Sivir outscales, ergo, TT win.
3 more, easy to get there. Dragon started up by Thunder Talk. Hoya is looking to walk down. He does have the ultimate in his back pocket if he wants to burn it. LNG not in there yet. Feather is going to get rooted up.
The angle for Zika as he goes into the pit. Drake already gone.
Okay, Feather is going to be rooted up. He cleanses out. Hai Chao between worlds doing big damage. Big knock-up landing.
Oh my
Here's
god!
The Pop Blossom. And Aki in the middle of things. Trying, but he's stuck. Big knock-ups coming through from Feather, but they just don't have the damage to take down LNG. It's a double kill for Hai Chao. Hoya's forced to flash away, and now he's just trying to play gatekeeper for Satab. It will be able to limp away, but LNG getting the better.
Zhaofeng with a massive knock-up in the back of this fight, giving another win over to LNG as they're able to take a return fight. It was TT who came out on top in the first one, but this time round, LNG smooth sailing. The only really bad part about this fight is what happens to LP as he gets absolutely destroyed. But look at the rest of the fight. LP gets hit by the Scion and just gets absolutely obliterated. That's absolutely fine. But the same's to be said for 1xN. He gets destroyed by Zika and Zhuo flashing on top of him, and then this Cataclysm gets a double knock-up as well in the back of this. Really solid performance, and I think that it's actually going to be LNG that find themselves the beneficiary from this spot. They're able to take the Dragon and take the fight after the fact, and again, just whoever it is that comes out on top, looking to do the better part of, or come out on top with the better situation.
Yeah, now Haichao's got a lot of gold on him, on an incredibly powerful champion. So we'll have to watch out and see what damage he's going to be able to deal in these fights. A lot of circles coming out, a lot of close quarters combat means that Haichao will be dispensing the damage. He does have 6 stacks on a Dark Seal as well, as we get to around the 13-minute mark right now. 800 gold for LNG. Herald up in about 2 minutes time. We already see some Thunder Talk pings toward that top side. They would like to claim the feat of winners.
I think that as they look to this fight, really looking at LNG to be those, or to be the players that can set up for that fight and take it that little bit more convincingly, as Feather just sort of toying here with LNG. And I think that for LNG as well, right, a team that we're looking to see how well can they contend with the New Age Nirvana big dogs, because there's a couple of teams that have moved down from Ascend, and previously, the big fish in the small pond, well, the pond got a little bit bigger, and we've sort of upgraded. Yeah, exactly. The ecosystem's changed a lot, and you need to try and find your place in it. I think that if LNG can put themselves as, at the very least, rivals with Thunder Talk and set themselves a little bit apart from that bottom of the pack, again, the goal is to make top 4, and if that is a goal that they can achieve, then this game is going to be a really good test to see whereabouts in that they fall.
You just don't want to be flanked in our algae. That is bottom of the food chain, not very good. LNG so far showing that they do have some decent fight in them. Again, we're just waiting on them to really push the pace. They are powerful. There's 35 seconds until this objective. I want to see them play some bully ball here. Get in there. Take purchase of this river. You see them clearing out vision. Go and force members off and maybe snag a kill on top of the objective.
And again, for LNG, it's all about killing 1xN. For Thunder Talk, it's all about keeping 1xN alive. He's the area of the map where Thunder Talk have a gold lead. And for LNG, he's the area of the map that is the only part that they can really be fearful of dying to as this game continues to progress. They need to take down the Sivir, and that is about it. How well they can do that depends entirely on, first of all, the summoner spells that 1xN has. Currently, he's sat with both of them available, so flashing out of that Cataclysm, a possibility. Flashing away from Nico engages, a possibility. Spell shield as well there to be said. And actually, it's there then 1xN who says, and with TT at his back, let's start up this Herald. We've got early move from Hoyer, who in fairness has seemingly been able to get that control pretty early. A very early ulti. He's going to go around the back to start this off.
Oh, I like it. Whoa, he goes and he manages to go and find the Nico. And LP is now trapped, slowed up, Feather on top of him, serve him up so they can get knocked down. Satab with the double kill.
Hey man, the question was how well can you kill 1xN? If you don't try and engage on him at all, he's going to be fine. A great engage from Hoyer as he actually curves off of the wall and sort of angles his orientation a little bit differently, catching Zhuo off guard. They lose the Rift Herald and they lose out that mid-tier 1 turret as well. LNG, again, the metronome just keeps swinging, and this time round it's not going their way.
Oh, Zhao Feng put himself in a bit of a weird spot, but he's going to drop the Cataclysm, force the flash out of Satab. Now it's time for Haichao. He's got big
TP
damage,
in
he
from
can't
LP.
land anything. We're going for round 2, find another knock-up on the Satab. He's got the shield, but he is going to run to the other side to make sure his teammates are fine.
Just the one that falls, and that will mean that the Dragon goes over to LNG. So again, it's just this ticking time bomb almost of who is it that's going to cost their team the next advantage. Is this time round it's Satab who gets caught out and ends up, riding that Herald in one charge longer than he should have done. Means that it gives an opportunity for Zhao Feng to not only burn his flash, but to also take him down in the long run as well. Secure this Dragon. And we head into the 17-minute marker now, Yanni, where this game is dead even, and both of these teams are giving us a good run for their money.
This is just game 2 of JDG IG Part 2.
Yeah.
People just getting called out when they really shouldn't. Does mean that.
Not wrong.
Yeah, as you said, LNG up in Dragons right now. We'll take a look at this replay.
Yeah, so he hits the wall at this really weird angle, and then it spins him straight into Zhuo as he's, you know, unfortunately just gets caught out. He wasn't expecting it, didn't have time to flash, and I mean, I think even if he flashes there, odds are he gets taken down regardless. So saving the summoner spell for a situation where you can find a good engage, I'm always going to advocate for. So I don't mind that Zhuo dies there with flash up and available. Slight concern comes from the fact that they didn't really find a contest for that Rift Herald, and that TT were able to really push an advantage with it, taking that mid-tier 1 turret down as well. And now they're looking to use it to hit that tier 1 down on that bot side also. As engage goes wide.
Yeah, he doesn't land on anybody. Satab comes in, big knockups coming out, but they just don't have the damage to do anything. LP has multiple members in his face, but what an arrow! It finds a double kill, looking like Legolas out there.
And now it's the battle. The AD carries in the mid lane is going toe-to-toe. Top side completely left unchecked. Hoya hasn't made that move down like we've seen from TT in the past. Zika just looking here with a little bit of a scrap, but a 2-for-2. Well salvaged by an arrow from LP as he was able to just find a couple of members with a load of blight stacks on them. One arrow takes down 2 members. And again, just looking at who can get on top of these AD carries, who is it that's going to be able to come out on top of these fights, and in that instance, you know, nobody was able to get on top of the AD carries, so nobody came out on top of that fight necessarily. Engage from Xiaofeng does go wide, but this entire time, 1xM's free hitting with these ricochets going off, he has to break the chain of corruption while he steps back. And then double blight stacks on both of the carries that, or both of the champions that end up going down to that Q. It's the percentage health damage that does it, as opposed to the charge up of the Q. Really solid performance from LP so far in this game, it's worth saying. Yes, he got taken down early at level sort of 1, level 2, but his ability to bounce back and be a presence in these fights is certainly admirable.
And I think this is one of the big problems of Thunder Talk that we talked about, is they don't have a ton of damage. They were not able to immediately blow up Xiaofeng. If they were, that fight is different, but he gets the Cataclysm off at about 10% HP, and that's the reason why, you know, LP is able to get these 2 kills and salvage this fight. The problem is they are down 1,000 gold. Dragon up in about 2 minutes as LNG look to find purchase inside the bot side jungle. But it is just to go a bit of an eco ward there, as we did see Jarvan hanging out as well.
Importantly, with this mid-tier 1 turret down, I do think that it's really tricky for LNG to consistently contest these mid-waves. So any chance that they can get to use Zhuo to just give a little bit of vision and find out where it is that these people are is actually, you know, quite important as well. It means that LNG can spend that time moving in, clearing out their own vision, maybe setting down their own in the bot side. 90 seconds on this dragon, and it's 2-1 in favour of LNG, so TT will be looking to put a bit of a stop to those stacks, make sure that they're in a okay position. And for the first time here, we actually get to see that it's Slicker making that very early move down.
Feather's got to flash away. He's got no ultimate for this next fight as well. Between Worlds is going to go down. Hi, Chow. Thought for a second that he was going to do it. That would have been a little worrisome here, but LNG getting full control of that bottom side.
Well, that's now 2 ultimates committed, and again, it's going to be close as to see whether or not they're back up in time for that dragon. If they are, then great, right? Like, it doesn't really matter that you've committed those, but if you end up seeing TT go for a really early fight and commit, then that could be something that costs them dearly. In that picture-in-picture, you can just see, got a little bit caught out, a little bit too far forward there. Feather does end up burning his ultimate as well. Importantly, though, does manage to stay alive and does have that Hex Flash also.
It was immediate too, so Wink, take notes.
Not a Tryndamere ulti.
Not a Tryndamere ulti. I know you're really happy about that. You know, the less Tryndamere ultis we have in League of Legends, the better, in my opinion. Is Thunder Talk getting some vision down deep into the jungle of LNG, but they're going to be able to clear it out pretty easily. 10 seconds until this dragon. It is a 3rd dragon for LNG. If they snag it, TT could even these up at 2 apiece. Be very big for them, the team that really needs this Sivir to get big.
Still about 40 stacks on LP's Muramana before that ends up getting upgraded, but you know, 1 more wave or so of being able to free hit and cast those spells should give him the stacks that he needs. But it's TT who find pressure in the mid lane, find that first push and gain access to this banana bush, to this river as well. Not yet started it up. It's a full-on 5 versus 5 here as everybody is here.
Like the flank coming out from Zika here. Slow taking a little bit of damage, down to about 3,000 HP.
Now spotted.
Getting lower and lower, but it's taken away by the Jarvan, and now they're going to go all in on a couple of members. Woe getting a 3-man Pop Blossom. Hoya on the backside trying to tank it up, but everything is split. Weaver's wall coming through to secure the 1 kill. Flashes forward, knocked up, and now Zhao Feng's got to try to escape. Nice sidestep, but he falls anyway.
And there's just no real commitment from LNG. They go for a fight and the engage does not land really at all. A couple of great flashes out from Satab and 1xN keep them alive, and as soon as those tools have been committed, there's just nothing left in the tank for LNG. They were able to keep their carries alive, and now we can see LP sniffing here, but he does end up getting spotted out, ends up backing himself away. It's a stolen away dragon, but a secured Atakan here, and TT again going to be just slightly happy with how this exchange went.
Yeah, and they have a lot of petals. In the last game, we saw 16 apiece. When the Otacon was taken, it's 34-7. So that impact that Otacon's going to make gets even wider, Rude Dude. And I love that you said they had commitment issues. It's the big problem that we said about LNG, is that they are not able to really hard commit to a fight. Sure, Zhao Feng gets in here, but if the afterward, that's a problem.
Yeah, so it's a good steal, to be fair, taking that away. But Cataclysm onto Sivir, and then the engage comes through. Between Worlds goes wide. The Pop Blossom doesn't really land onto anyone. And Hai Chao and Zhao Feng are just sort of stood around watching. They're not able to get into this fight. Satab cuts off the escape as well, and ends up catching out Zhao Feng. Overall, just a little bit lax, as we actually see that 1xN has died. Didn't quite manage to see how that's happened, but that's a massive boon.
Yeah, that is huge. Now the problem is Baron is not up for another 50 seconds, so they're not really going to be able to take advantage. They will be able to get some vision down, but that's about it. 24 minutes into the game. It is still an absolute brawl between these two teams, and we haven't seen anything out of Hai Chao. Here comes this replay.
So spotted on a ward, ends up just getting caught out, no flash. Taken down by Zhao Feng, nothing too untoward there, just a slightly greedy pathing back. Really good ward, presumably from Zhuo. Picks out that route early on. But, you know, if you're ever going to die in the mid-game, 23, 24 minutes, no dragons up, no Atakan up. That's the sweet spot.
Yep, it's not a good death, but it's not a bad death. It's just a death. Sure, you give a little bit of gold over, but it could have been a lot worse. 1xN going to have to be far more careful this time around. His flash is still on cooldown. That's what we talk about against the Jarvan. You don't have flash, you are going to die.
And there's this now overlap in time where I'd actually like to see LNG maybe posture for another fight where that Cataclysm's back up, the Baron is now available, but there are still important flashes missing. Satab, 1xN don't have their summoner spells available. It does look like 1xN with that Cosmic Insight is going to have his available just that little bit sooner. But even still, there's a decent timer here where it's not going to be ready and where we should see Zhao Feng look to try to collapse. I know that there's this onus on Hai Chao for trying to keep himself at least relevant in the game as well, so that he's not losing out on farm. But dropping a wave, catching out another carry and trying to take down that mid-tier 1 turret would be worthwhile.
6 minutes in right now, and there's nothing but side waves being caught here for Hai Chao and for Zika. I mean, these guys are the big carries on this team. We know what an Ambessa can do. We know what an Aurora can do. I mean, Zika just didn't have any impact in that last fight. His ultimate did not get used, could not find a good angle for it. These solo laners need to be in better positions for LNG to come back in this game because they just have so much raw power.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the onus is definitely on them to make this game a little bit easier for their squad. And as we look at what it is that TT can do, again, you know, we talked about this through the draft and through really their entire narrative build-up. It's making sure that this now 3-item Sivir is actually able to keep safe. I want to highlight the fact that we've reached that Infinity Edge. We've now got a Vampiric Scepter as well, so that defensive Bloodthirster item is in the works. For 1xN, it's still a decent ways away, but it's definitely something that they can conceivably find before that Baron fight, if there ends up being one. For the time being, though, 20 seconds on that Soul coming through for LNG. TT once again taking position, posturing aggressively. I really like that observers here just highlighted the fact that there's a pink ward in there. LP only going to spot it out. We'll take it down. Just remove that flank angle.
Oh, Zhao Feng forced the flash away, and once again,
well, that's Dragon.
Around an objective when LNG could secure Soul, a critical mistake, a positioning mistake. This time around, it wasn't the lack of aggressiveness, it was the lack of awareness that is sinking them.
Yeah, and especially on a Jarvan as well, when you've got a flag to be able to face check those types of brushes, it's pretty unforgivable. As we now see that that's going to delay the game even further and probably just put TT in a really good position here. I think that the only way that LNG were looking to come back into this one was by having that early soul taken away. Now, of course, this all still hinges on the idea that if they can kill the Sivir, they should win. If they can't kill the Sivir, then they probably shouldn't. And, with 1xN, flashback available, barrier back available, still has an Alistar and a Sion to be that front line. You would like to think that there's enough tools to keep this Sivir alive.
And one thing to note is that eventually Satab is going to be really big. He's building his another defensive here. He's going to get his own but once he gets to his 4th item, I mean, Taliyah is a champion that at times can front to back. And in this particular composition where you have an Alistar and you have a Sion, Satab will have room to operate much like 1xN. He's not going to deal as much damage and have as much impact in the fights when it comes to a damage perspective as 1xN, but he will still put out good damage and could salvage it.
No, I mean, you highlighted it perfectly as well, right? That Feather now getting caught.
Feather's in there. Feather is not leaving, but a teleport is coming. No, it got canceled on the bottom side. Feather is going to fall. A huge cancel by Hoya, but it does not matter.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder here by Feather. The second time that we've seen him just a little bit too far out of position. And now Zhuo forces out that shield, the Seraphs onto Satab. You can just see LNG, they're sniffing around, they're thinking about this Baron, but not too sure whether or not they can get away with it. Now Hoya, though, TP's up top.
When becomes lightning doesn't land, but they're going to flash onto LP, and there's nothing to save him. Another positioning issue for LNG, and a golden opportunity is squandered, and now Thunder Talk are going to be the ones to start the Baron.
Yeah, Zhao Feng just leaves his AD carry to the Wolves there, doesn't even try to peel him, knows that with that smite available, he's going to be the one who has to try and hero play this. Now the TP coming back behind, it's a deep teleport from Haichao. With the in-between worlds ready, they're looking to run a bit of interference on this Baron.
Small shield going down, 1xN to about half HP. Zhuo was in there but can't land the root. Zika is trying to get in there too. 4,000, 3,000. Baron regenning sometimes. Here comes the big Pop Blossom. It's getting low, and it's secured by Aki. And now Thunder Talk looking pretty good in this fight. Haichao's going to hop to the side. Can they find Zika is the question. No, he gets headbutted out. Satab able to pick up Zhuo, and Thunder Talk are looking strong.
It's a flick from Satab that takes down Zhao Feng in the back, and Zhuo not able to take that fight either. A 2-for-1 in favor of TT, but the big boost for them is that they get the Baron buff as well. No steal this time for Zhao Feng, and it's Aki who does just enough here on the Xin Zhao to keep his team in with a chance. That TP disparity, so well utilized by Thunder Talk, as it was a great stop from Hoya earlier on to stop the Abessa from getting up to this top side, and by the time she makes her way into this fight, it's already over. The 5 versus 4 is just too difficult, and I credit LNG for their way that they contest this. 5v4, they're able to find a kill. 1xN, you can see, just really trying to keep his teammates alive and trying to help them out with DPSing out that Baron. Unfortunately, he goes down, does end up securing the Baron with his team, and look at Satab here, just a little flick onto Zhuo, keeps himself alive, and then immediate decision-making choice. Weaver's Wall, get me out of here.
It's now a 3,000 gold lead for Thunder Talk. Somehow, some way, LNG needs to find a way to take this dragon, secure the soul. It's so hard. They're not on the side of the map where it's easy to steal. You do have Hex Gates. You do have a Jarvan. He's got his flash available, but it feels like, Rudu, this might be the only way that they still have a shot.
Yeah, again, to repaint the picture for those that haven't been here, kill Sivir, maybe win, and we're at the point now where you highlighted that Satab is actually also a pretty decent threat. Level 17 on this Taliyah, 3 items, has worked his way to honestly one of the more vegan builds that we'll get to see from Taliyah, with triple defensive items plus an Oblivion Orb as well, but even at this point, he's out leveling so quickly that he might just be able to get away with it either way. He's been doing some good damage with those solo pebbles as well. And now LNG looking to work as a unit to clear their way into this bot side. 18 seconds, if they can secure this, they can get a soul. Might equalize the playing field a little bit, Yanni, but they're down 3,000 gold. And now there's a wall coming in.
All right, they're trapped, but Aki can't get over. The wall is going to fall. Feather's in the middle of 4, but here comes the Scion ultimate coming through. Who's it going to land on? It's not going to hit anybody, but it's going to turn on to LP, and LP gets bursted out. Over on the backside, 1xN is trapped, and he goes down, but Hoya is a menace. Now it's got to be Satab, who's the guy in this fight. Thunder Talk is forcing LNG away. Zhao Feng not doing good in the health department.
AD carries ZDZ right now. This is just a miserable game to play AD, but TT start up this dragon. Zhao Feng, half HP, needs to find a way in. Has a cone ready.
Wait, he's going for the drive-by, and he's just not going to get it. He's not going to attempt it. It is 6 dragons in this game.
And Thunder Talk come out on top once again. They trade AD carries, but they get the neutral objective. This time again, it's Arki ready with the smite. Zhao Feng looked over the wall. You know, you can use that little transport timer to grab some vision to see what the lay of the land is. Decided it wasn't worth hopping back over the wall to try to get a steal. With Feather right there, very real possibility that you EQ over, you get launched back out by the headbutt. You maybe even end up just getting knocked up and taken down as well. But another very close fight. And unfortunately, you know, they killed 1xN and they still weren't able to come out on top. It took so much damage to kill the Sivir. Through Flash, through the barrier rather, more than anything. And she's able to pump out so much damage as well that this Jarvan walks out of the fight half HP. The Aurora walks out of the fight having taken a couple of ricochets. It means that that backup, that later part of the fight, is so much more difficult because you're already chunked. Whereas you look at LP, the damage he's able to do when he goes down is very minimal.
Wasn't able to do a damn thing in that fight, dude. And Thunder Talk in control of this game. Aki has been really, really good. He's 8-2-3. He's going to be hard to kill, and even when he dies, he's got that Guardian Angel. He's put himself in pretty okay positions. That last fight, he did get picked early, took a lot of damage, but outside of that, was able to make an impact in that fight, getting on top of LP, and now they're going to go and poke out Zika in the top side as they're going to squirt a wave in with 4 members strong and knock down the last inner turn.
With Baron spawning in a minute's time as well, a really good time to take down that specific structure, create an even longer lane, meaning that the pressure of minions is going to hit even deeper and eventually start to work away on their tier 3 turrets inside the LNG base. Recall's going to come through, final amounts of gold that the teams want to pick up before they look to assert themselves onto this Baron. It looks like they're 1xN finishing off the Mortal Reminder, so has now 4 completed items, plus that Vampiric Scepter as well. Going to be very useful versus the Ambessa more than anything. Making sure that Death Dance healing is significantly reduced.
Yeah, one thing about Zika in this particular game is that he hasn't really done anything. You know, at one point he had 3 assists to Hoya's 2. And now Hoya has gotten 6 assists, right? It feels like Zika is farming side lanes, looking for the perfect angle, and is not finding it. So his impact has been really muted this game.
Yeah, and you know, we're always talking about, well, how easy is it for him to link up and try and take down 1xN. I think that's the missing piece to making it a very done deal, as now Aki hops in.
He's at half HP, he's alone. Shuo is caught, he's forced to flash away. Aki is still alive, but Hai Chao on the backside. He's going to pop the Guardian Angel. Zhao Feng going to get knocked up. Reaper's Wall coming out. LP flashing over. Now he's got to deal with Satab in a one-on-one, but he goes golden on the backside. Meanwhile, Aki will not survive. And it's a 1-for-1 trade of the mid laner and AD carry. And overall, when the dust settles, a 3-for-2 in favor of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, Zika once again not really able to be a part of the fight. Hai Chao able to clear the wave, which is fortunate. The slow connects onto Hai Chao. A second one comes through from that screen. And Hoya running desperately to try and catch the Aurora with Feather by their side. Flash for flash trade. Probably going to do nothing. No! Feather! Flash ground slam.
All right, Hai Chao going to look to find a way out of here, but he's going to go into the waiting arms of 1xN. It's just a matter of 1xN doesn't immediately get bursted out, and everybody takes the portal. A late death for Haichao. This means 35 seconds where he will be down compared to everybody else on the map, and ThunderTalk have started the Baron.
As they should here. Zika now the only real person that can attempt to run anchor. LP has TP where he's up in 5 seconds, so we'll make it a 3v3 here. Feather burned the Unbreakable Will just to try and take down this Baron, and now the turn comes
Here we
through.
go! They're going to target out the Alistar first, but now they're going to shift onto 1xN. They're able to go and find the Nico, and Zika cannot finish off 1xN.
They just don't have the damage. Unfortunately, the Ambessa-Nico combo can't get through the barrier, the flash, the Vampiric Scepter as well, and all the CC that Feather can offer. TT, they stand strong. They're able to find themselves that advantage, and Great Weaver's Wall here traded off against by a great chain of corruption. But TT find themselves the Baron. They found themselves a couple of kills. They move into the 38th minute, Yanni, with a 7,000 gold lead and prime real estate on that Hextech Soul.
Yep, a marathon here, and ThunderTalk are looking to put the finishing touches on it. They can see the finish line, and they are ready. As you said, they will finish off this dragon. They will secure the Hextech Soul. It was but a mirage for LNG, unable to find it themselves. And now they are just so backed into a corner. They have to hope they survive for a Elder Dragon flip. But to be honest with you, I think they have low odds to even do that.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tricky. Is the unfortunate answer to this, and you know, you're looking at the difficulties that they're facing here. 1xN has no summoner spells this time round, so in the next minute or so, if they can find a fight, that's probably their best opportunity for it. Haichao has to attempt to navigate all of the vision that he knows about, plus any vision that he doesn't know about, and then try and make an angle into this backline. He's so far so good, has made his way decently deep, but this is now their time. Now he's spotted.
He's been spotted. I think he's cooked, my friend. He is cooked. They get onto 1xN, but they just can't kill him. Nobody can follow up. Pop Blossom there to try to keep LP alive, but even he will fall. It is inevitable as ThunderTalk run over LNG. A little too patient, a little too timid, and a little too late.
Game number 1 goes to ThunderTalk as they do take out LNG for our opener. A solid performance from TT, really. They were slow, they were methodical, they made their way through this game. Unfortunately for them, the engagers from LNG, try as they might, they just weren't quite synced up enough.
No, they were not. And the Jarvan that was making some okay plays early on got increasingly more desperate and more desperate and more desperate. And honestly, Zhao Feng, not his best moments in this game. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, Zika didn't do anything. Haichao had this lead and looked like he was chunking out your Sivir to half, but he wasn't actually getting damage on anybody else. It just felt like he had this lead, he had all this gold, he had all these items, and he just couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, the problem with that composition was that they had one job, and the fact that the Sivir managed to make it to critical mass and they couldn't do it, it's always a problem. And I think for ThunderTalk, they had a really good recognition of what they needed to do as well. They, not necessarily keeping the Sivir alive, but actually just trying to find their way into doing good, consistent damage as well. For example, the fact that LP didn't really get to play that game at all. I think he ended with 8 deaths on a Varus, which
tough,
you know, is pretty difficult. But when you have things like Sion and nobody blocking for you, playing against that is pretty impossible. You don't have somebody to tank the unstoppable onslaught, so it just ends up being you, and if you're the one tanking, like, you are going to die. And several instances of LP finding himself in absolute no man's land means that he's not able to do that consistent damage. There was never really any setup around the objectives as well. Remember, you've got this poke Varus, and you're not giving him the opportunity to set up to poke. It's just backwards. It's just not what you need from LNG, unfortunately, and they are going to end up once again paying for that.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And I think the only thing that you could block the Sion with is with an eco clone, right? It feels like anybody else who's going to take that is going to take way too much damage, or it means that Jarvan's not on the backside. And honestly, this Aurora and Jarvan combo was not the same as IG's, right? Where you saw
No.
the Shy constantly linking up with Wei, and they would go later on into the game and burst out this one target, burst out these two targets. It felt like Haichao could have potentially done that. I will say the Shy was a little tankier because he had Rod of Ages, and this game Haichao did not. But with that burst damage, you can go in, you can go out, and it just felt like LNG were not willing to just say, screw it, we have to go for it.
Yeah, they had like this small lead you can see around sort of 12 to 15 minutes, but immediately after that, it was swung back into the favour of TT. And despite the fact that actually those damage numbers don't look awful, they never really found the correct timings to find that damage. No. And, you know, poking away at a Scion is completely different to one-shotting a Virus, which is where the majority of TT's damage came from. So there's a little bit of disparity, and the reason that sometimes damage can be a misleading statistic right there. But we are getting to see some highlights from the game, and once again highlighting to you all that it's not all sunshine and roses for Thunder Talk. They are still finding struggles, they are still having early game woes, but that at the minute they've started on a little bit of a trend of being able to recover that.
Yeah, it's the old adage, give them an inch, they'll take a mile. That's exactly what happened. LNG left the door open for them and said, hey, we will give you an opportunity if you can out-aggress us to go and get back in this game. And that's exactly what happened. Taking a look at potential MVPs, obviously the composition centered around 1XN. I think Satab had a good game, but I really think Aki just showed up big in this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against that really at all. I do think that our junglers so far today have been really instrumental in how these games have ended. I mean, Aki, you know, just talked about the fact that he was probably just a side grade for Xiao Huangren, but in this game certainly looked like he was proving that he was the worthy addition to this roster. So we'll hope to see and, you know, keep our eyes out for who it is that comes in and snaps away that MVP.
You got any thoughts?
But
it's tough.
Yeah, I think that it's a tricky one. I don't think that I can give it to Feather. I think there's maybe an argument for Hoya. Don't think he had a really awful Scion game, but I don't think that that's like he wasn't really game defining. He just kind of did a Scion's job. But Aki, yeah, it's probably just Aki quite easily.
Yeah, and he gives this team a different dimension. This team is far more aggressive with Aki. He's really willing to pick these more in-your-face champions, and he's willing to go forward and be the one like, guys, we have to start this play. You know, that willingness, that potential voice to be the one that says, guys, we're fighting, is really giving Thunder Talk a different dimension here, and is why this matchup looked a little lopsided when it came into the later fights. Again, it's just they are not afraid, and LNG are timid.
Yeah, and you know there's synchronicity as well for LNG. I think we'll get this final fight. You can see that, you know, Haichao's gone in, where's his
Good
team?
effort.
Oh, you know, Xiao Feng has gone in. You know, he's got no team there. There's just this little bit of marking that's happening where Satab and Zik are sort of dicing it out against one another, and they're able to, you know, keep the Ambessa at bay. So overall, TT, great start, great game number one, and for LNG, a lot to work on still. 0-1 opening to the season, and up against TT now, a team that's probably going to be middle of the table here in Nirvana, now starting to struggle up against them as well. Doesn't bode well. Yeah,
and you know, we talked about earlier, we were a little surprised that Xiaoshu was not the was a player that was called up, taken from a Group Nirvana team into a Group Ascend team. We were like, oh, why isn't it Zika, right? Well, that game was very, very telling, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
I was, it hurt my heart to watch. Hoya is going to get the MVP. And you know what? I think you called it out pretty well. Later on in the fights, he did become a bit of a menace. His ultimate's not overly crazy. Hit a couple of good ones on single targets. But later on, I mean, the spacing was insane.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this for Hoya.
Yeah, good
honestly,
for him.
Quite well deserved as well. I think that there were no holes in his gameplay where I think that you could pick holes in the rest of them as well. 0-0-15 for any tank is always going to be a good score.
Yeah, not bad. You were happy to file that one in the back pocket, feeling good as you go into game two. We are going to go and take a short break, and when we return, it'll be what could be the final match of the evening. Thunder Talk looking to 2-0 LNG. LNG looking to fight back, but we're still waiting. We'll see you on the other side.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running
Welcome back, everybody, to the second game, could be the last one, of this best of three between Thunder Talk and LNG. It was back and forth early on. LNG, 3 dragons, and they held off. And then they had an advantage in the top side with a man down on the other side, looking for the Baron perhaps. And they held off. And Thunder Talk said, we have given you too many opportunities, we shall give you no more. And they took the win.
Yeah, and I think that Thunder Talk as well, to add credit to them, played actually their game quite well, knowing exactly where their conditions lay, the fact that they are reliant very heavily on their Sivir, and that actually, as they moved into that mid to late game, they'd actually got an extra little tool in their back pocket in Satab, in the fact that actually, you know, this mid laner that we've picked up could do pretty darn well. And I think that one of the things that we were questioning for Thunder Talk all the way back at the start of the season was how well would Satab be able to slot into this composition. And he's found his footing, it feels like, a little bit, not necessarily as a really great mid laner, but as a mid laner that services the job pretty darn well. Will occasionally have those picks in side lanes, will occasionally find those picks himself as well. But, you know, just looking at our first series, right, we're looking at people like Rookie who get caught out in side lanes. There was an instance of Yahoo getting picked off in side lanes. Like, this is a thing that happens for mid laners consistently. It's now about finding those slightly higher highs for me that will then give us a bit of an opportunity to gauge if Satab was the worthwhile pickup that Thunder Talk opted into.
You know what? I love that you pointed that out, especially since Split 1, he looked quite good. Obviously, the game was very different at the time, but having this fall off in the middle of Split 2 where, you know, Thunder Talk were the worst team in Group Ascend in Split 2, was the reason why they're in Group Nirvana here in Split 3. He has to be the one to really turn the ship around. Hoya is what he is, right? He will play tanks. He's not really great on carries, but he'll play tanks and be fine. Aki, he was, you know, you didn't really know what you were going to get, right? He was rough on NIP, but has looked good to start here. 1xN and Feather, you know exactly what you're going to get. So it either has to be Aki or Satab or both of them that levels this team up. Aki so far, looking to make that good impact, has so far, jury's still out, but Satab, now it's like, all right, dude, it comes to you. What are you going to do to drive TT forward, make them a competitive team?
Because theoretically as well, they could be a team that contests for the play-ins into 2025 playoffs.
On zero chance they go to Worlds.
Right, yeah.
I don't think they will. But there's a chance.
Technically, there's a non-zero chance they go to Worlds. You are not wrong. And I do want to, you know, think that if they can beat LNG, odds are that they're probably better than LNG, they're better than Ultra Prime, and that then gives them the top 4 berth that they'd need. But it's all about still proving that, and at the end of the day, if you are only better than those 2 teams, you're going to get picked by the 5th seed from Group Ascend, and you're most likely just going to get rolled. So you don't want that to be the case. You need not only to be better than the majority of your compatriots in Group Nirvana, but also better than somebody who's going to pick you from Group Ascend.
Yeah, and they're going to be the 5th place team, likely, as you said. So it's like JDG gets it together, Weibo Gaming. These are still on paper scary rosters. Then we've seen what Team WE could do. FPX, jury's still out on them after their changes. But that is Group Ascend. We are firmly in Group Nirvana. We are in Game 2 of this best of 3 series. And we are into picks and bans coming through.
Okay, so important notes that we want to take a look for. We're still looking at our Vise. If that gets banned away, Varus getting let through early on is a pretty big deal. But taking Rise away, it was a champion that went unbanned last time, but Satab, a very big Rise player in particular. Still looking at champions like Annie as well that are fairly high in priority.
Your favorite.
Also was banned in the last game. Yep, but you know, I have to take into account the teams themselves and what they might prioritize as a lot of deliberation for TT over this final ban. They go for Trundle here. Leaving Vi open means that Xayah Rakan as the response for 1xN and Feather does go up quite significantly as one of those answers. And with the Trundle ban as well, it means that you've not really got the best answer, but Annie Wukong as well is an opportunity here. If they want to go for that, I think that Wukong Xayah is the rotation that you want to opt into. You probably lose the Annie for it, but it does mean that you get the Xayah and you get the jungle matchup that you need as well.
Okay. It looks like they might just go for the Annie and break up this duo, and it looks like that will be the case. Thought there was a world where they'd maybe pick Azir. Azir pretty okay against Vi in the early goings. You can slide back to the turret, but they're going to go for short range. They're going to break up that big duo. Who knows? We might see an Ahri come out. It's fallen in priority with the Vi, but it is still a stock standard solid combo.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, you used to see Annie as the answer to Ari, like just because you're point and click and she's so maneuverable on the Ari that you can get away. But the Annie gets picked up and actually get into... Yeah, okay, good. You needed to take the Zaya here. That makes the most sense. And it does make sense to take the Annie because LNG aren't going to pick Wukong. Theoretically, they could have picked the Annie in the mid lane to go to Haichao. Means that likely we're just going to see Wukong on 3-4 TT, and LNG now get to answer whether there's a really solid blind top laner that they want to take. They get to take maybe the Victor in the mid lane if they wanted something a little bit different, but the Azir as well can outrange the Annie and make her life quite miserable. So we'll keep our eyes out for what comes next for LNG, whether they want to answer with a little bit of range down on that bot side as well for LP, maybe going into something that has the opportunity to play at those longer distances. But instead, I'm going to go for something in that top side, a high power pick in that Rumble.
See if they lock it in, and they will. So Zika is going to get his AP top laner of choice. Does mean we're going to be heavily indexed into magic damage. Remember, some Vi nerfs took out a lot of her power later on. A lot of latent damage. She's still strong early, but without a high power physical damage dealer on the bottom side, LNG could find themselves out of gas and itemized against. Because no support was picked, that means Rakan is open, so they will do so. This means that LNG will have the opportunity to ban away some junglers from Aki.
So normal go-to response, Hoya was a big Galio enthusiast, especially versus Rumble, so expect that to either be banned or picked. We still got Wukong as a pairing with the Annie that we love to see, which could also be banned or picked. TT, though, they have got a very dive-centric composition already with that Rakan, with that Annie. They can try and find access to that backline, and they can also try to play this sort of soft disengage style of composition where they try and sit and absorb the engage that LNG are looking to put down. But LNG already have got this really solid front to back where they've got Azir, they've got Rumble to have that mid game, and they've got really good strong points throughout the entire game. Still missing an AD carry for them, and they've got a plethora of choices for LP to go to here. So many choices with the Ezreal, the Corki even could try and give them a little bit of an early game boost. They might look for something a little bit more geared toward that late game, however.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. I feel like Corki would be so good with your team, but so difficult to play against the Thunder Talk composition once you hit 6 and get in these skirmishes. The Wukong is going to be banned out, as you said, so LNG elects to split the difference between the Thunder Talk top side. Now it is up to them. Are you going to give last pick to Aki, or are you going to give it over to Hoya?
Doesn't really matter. You get counter on both sides, and I think that it's about who thinks that they can warp the draft that little bit more with their 5th pick. You'd like to think that you can probably put that into the top lane. The limited amount of junglers left honestly means that you're just expecting it to be Hoya who can make the most difference with it. Maybe a Gragas could come through as well as something that might be able to split up this LNG roster. As they take the Lucian, they've still got a couple of really good choices. The Braum available if they want to just take this and lock it in. Really good bot lane pairing, a bit old school, but tried and true, doesn't fail you.
Yep. Also, being able to slow for your melee Rumble and your Vi will have a little bit of impact in these later fights. The question for Thunder Talk is who is going to pair up with Aki? Obviously, you have Rakan as a dive buddy, but sometimes if you're not totally in sync, you will find your Rakan left behind in the dust, and the Nocturne is on a single target and going like, I don't know what to do. Ornn is going to be the pickup here for Thunder Talk, so it's going to be up to Zhuo to block these Call the Fort Gods.
Yeah, that's it's an interesting one. The Braum, not only a great answer into the Braum, but a great pairing with the Lucian as well. But the Rumble struggles versus the Ornn in the early stages, so you've got a mixed answer here. If TT are able to use Hoya's Ornn to a great effect, then yeah, absolutely, this pick can go very well for them. But if it just gets constantly blocked with that Unbreakable, then that gives really good power over to LNG, who I think for themselves have drafted this composition where engage isn't necessary for them. They've got a Vi Rumble combo to try and bully out one target, but it's a very real world where Zhao Fang tries to go in, gets ult from 1xN, and then just sort of lands flat, dies, and costs them a pretty big team fight. However, if he plays patiently, if he plays reserved, very real world that LNG can attempt this front-to-back style and maybe come out on top.
This does mean that LNG will be playing their favorite play style of potentially do nothing and wait, which, as we've seen so far in this regular season Split 3, it has not been great for them.
It's not been really great for many people.
Yeah, this is the comp to do it in right now. I do think they're going to be really strong in these early objectives, right? I think your weakest member is going to be this Azir, and even then, we'll be able to provide some utility with the Emperor's Divide. And over on the other side, don't clump up for this Annie. Don't clump up for the Rakan.
Yeah.
And be aware on side lanes that this Nocturne could just come and try to kill you.
Yeah, I do think that the Nocturne is going to have a pretty difficult time of things. Normally you like to take Nocturne versus picks that are immobile, but that's going to be really tricky this time around with the Azir and the Lucian.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Oh, it is dead in the arena, Yanni. I'm so sorry to inform you.
Bro. Oh my goodness. Tough.
A tumbleweed rolled through the stage.
Ooh, wee wee ooh. Wah, wah, wah.
Could be a little bit of a standoff between these two bot lanes here as well as...
Is that High Noon Lucian? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, canonical, baby.
I'll give it a yes.
I've been playing it a lot lately, but there's some that I don't play, as we appear to be missing some graphics. The champions are correct over on the sides, so you can see what they were able to pick up for a couple of keystones.
Yeah, exactly. That's really all that matters. As long as I can see who it is that each of these teams is playing, then we're not really too worried. Nice to see that LP as well is actually going for a more consistent DPS approach with the press the attack. Some Lucians these days are going for an electrocute style. But with press the attack, it does give you an opportunity to play these slightly longer skirmishes, and I think versus Azir Rakan, you really need that capability if you want to try and dice with them early on.
Yep, and LP thought he still had the Light Slinger, did not, so will stay alive. Good feather in 1x and a little bit of breathing room in this lane. And that's really all you ask for, is to make sure you are not getting demolished at level 2 by Braum Lucian.
Yeah, it's a pretty low ask, but sometimes this happens.
Getting demolished at level 2 by Braum Lucian.
Yeah, it's honestly, I really hate to see level 2 spikes actually result in kills, because it is such a known thing about bot lane. Is that the third minion in the second wave, enemy team gets level 2. Don't be in engage range, and you're fine, you know?
Yep, and yet it happens all the time.
Yeah, whereas this time round, oh no, I've been tagged by a Braum Q, and I've taken half my health.
Well, we're going to see a recall come out from LP, as he is going to be down CS, so let's take a look at our junglers. He likes to stay, but our junglers still a big factor here. They're both on the bottom side. Grom going to be done by Aki, and then he's going to move over toward his buff. Always a chance that he could skip it based on the position of the wave. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng probably be in reserve just in case.
And again, both of these junglers probably just going to be looking to clear up until level 6. Xiao Feng maybe with a little bit more agency in the early stages of this game, as both of them now make their way down toward that bot side scuttle. With having Prio in the mid lane, you might think that Satab would be able to help out, but unfortunately 2 is better than 1, and Prio in the bot lane means a lot more here, which does give over Xiao Feng an early crab, which he's going to be spotted on. He's just going to trade this, and there's going to be a slight tempo advantage for Xiao Feng as he moves back out onto the map, and might be able to impact a lane just that little bit.
So far, all is quiet, but once these teams hit level 6, things will get a little bit messy. We see that Hoya's already picked up a magic mantle, so as long as he doesn't get hit by double taser, he should be fine. Just able to farm up, and we're hoping for level 6 that he will make the sort of impact you'd like to see, just as long as Zhuo doesn't block it. If you have the Braum around the Ornn, the fight should be a little easier for you to win. Overheat Zika. A lot of damage to Hoya here, staying outside of that turret range. Get in as much as he can. Dragon up in about 30 seconds. Both of these junglers up on the top side, though, so I imagine Dragon will be a bit of an afterthought.
Yeah, and I think that both of these teams, with it playing slowly, definitely tend toward giving this advantage over to LNG. I think they're the team that has been pushing the pace of things just a slight bit faster, right? There's Definitely been some scuffles down in the bot lane, but at the moment, looks like there's a small CS advantage for 1xN and Feather. But they've got the Azir as they move into the late game, and for Haichao, I do think that champion itself is going to be very, very impactful. Certainly something that we'd like to see have a pretty big impact. And if they can get into that late game as LNG and navigate these team fights somewhat successfully, I do give them the edge in that situation. However, for the time being, we're waiting for level 6, and I think that level 6 spike for Thunder Talk is something that they will really, really look forward to, and they'll be able to leverage quite significantly.
Feather and 1xN heading up to the top side here. Bit of a swaparoo just to get out of Lucian and Braum's sphere of influence. This does mean that Rumble will have to drop the equalizer down. Anything you can do to make Rumble's life a little bit harder in CS, you'll take.
We love a Victor laser that plays the wave.
Honestly, it just is what it is.
I remember I was first learning to play Rumble, and my friend said, you know, it's just like Victor laser. And then I went, sir, I've never played Victor. And they went, oh, well, good luck, buddy.
You'll figure it out after the first one.
Yeah, LNG starting up a fight.
All right, Satab is one auto away from getting stunned. Haichao's going to be the one to do it. Now he's going to shove Satab over to the side. Now he's caught on the wrong side of the map. Aki's got to flash away. It's a 4v4 for right now. Knockup is there. Call the Forge God coming through. Satab's still alive. Call the Forge God's going to land on the priority target. It's going to be LP who falls. And in the end, a 1-for-1. Yeah,
I mean, the Dragon goes no way. It's a 1-for-1 of taking down mid laner for AD carry. So it depends really who it is that gets the kills, and I think that, again, LNG probably just barely coming out on top of that. A kill for Haichao versus a kill for Hoya. I do think that Hoya could have maybe angled the ulti a little bit differently. I don't know that his ult saved somebody's life by taking down LP in that second. But if you got a double knockup, maybe they could have chased for a little bit more. Either way, for TT, they're going to get a second, or a first plate, I should say, down on this bot side, and have just a little bit more time, as it was LNG who started this. They didn't feel confident going for the 50-50. It's a great tag from Zhuo. Starts up this fight. Not quite able to find the stun on Satab to begin with, but Haichao shunts him back in. I think that, honestly, if he just angled it down towards his team, might have made this a little bit easier for them to take this fight, as they commit very heavily onto the Annie. Whereas I think that maybe being able to turn and convert this gold onto somebody who can carry them in the late game is a bit more ideal.
Why was LP in melee range of 3 guys? Like, I understand that sometimes you want to hit your priority target, but you can't do that, man. And it is a big reason why it ended up being a 1-for-1 overall. Maybe it would have just been Zhuo who died, but it was very awkward to watch as a Lucian aficionado.
You know, I was going to say ours is not to question why. Unfortunately, it is exactly our job to question why.
Yeah, man.
And in certain instances, Yanni, there's just no good answer.
Sometimes you make an oopsie.
Yeah, or the answer is they made a mistake, you know, like you've just highlighted.
Yep. Well, what's not a mistake is Thunder Talk getting out on the map and starting up these grubs. There will be no contest coming from LNG. Not really going to get too much value out of them. They are good to have. They're good to take away from LNG. But it will just be a trade of objectives.
And overall, again, I do want to sort of slightly err on the side of TT needing to make something happen. Aki now has access to that paranoia. I'd like to see him try to push the pace of this game a little bit faster and make it so that some sort of play is happening on the map. A reminder, LP has no flash, so if you're looking for a target, trying to take down the Lucian, not the most difficult task in the world, or something that you might have been able to do a little bit earlier on. We'll have to wait and see, though, whether or not Aki looks to try and make the most of this summon a spell advantage or not. So far, has definitely not been the case.
Yeah, and like right now, it's very tough. There's a good ward that's in the tri-brush that was put down. So if Aki is near it, Haichao immediately knows that he's got to get out. Hoya not exactly going to stop him and allow Aki to get there. Probably the Forge God could just be dodged out on. But you're right. We really need Aki to go and make some plays with this paranoia. With the lane setups, top lane would be probably the best spot, but Aki's on the bottom side.
Yeah. So, an area not where we'd like him to be. However, an area he finds himself in all the same, which is going to happen on occasion. And unfortunately, you know, that's one of those things that we've been talking about for is Arky the pickup that TT needed. Maybe he's just been able to find the time, and especially with his ulti as well, he can't afford to go too far behind. And he's actually doing pretty well at keeping a decent farm lead, as well as now recalling on a ward. Satab.
Satab knew immediately, but
He's dead.
will flash a little late there.
Unless
coming through. Satab is still alive, and now they're going to turn it around. Aki going to go and target out this Rumble here. And with a little help from Feather, they will get the job done.
I lied. I apologize. Satab is not dead, and he's actually just baiting on this ward. He was sat there. He's got Tibbers up to turn the fighter back around, and he's got 2 players from his squad ready to come and support him. So very good job by TT, ready to respond. And, you know, it wasn't the paranoia that we were expecting, but it's certainly one that gives them a decent leg up into the mid game. Finding that 400 gold lead for mid lane in the bot lane as well. Also on that top side, a small advantage being picked up for TT. Overall, a 1k gold lead, and something that you'd like to see them look to accelerate the pace of the game with. And you can see, just, you know, it looks really good to begin with. Flash over the wall from Zika, you're thinking, yeah, this is absolutely signed, sealed, and delivered. But a double stun comes through, a great flash from Satab follows afterwards. And after that, the follow-up comes through. Feather able to not only act as peel for his carry, but also engage for his jungler. And that's the type of thing that you really love to see, where you're able to be multifaceted, where you're able to do, you know, a little bit of one, a little bit of the other. And I think that's the one thing that Rakan does better than pretty much most supports.
One big mention is that a couple summoners were burnt, not much. Satab's flash is down. Zika's is down as well, a little bit less impactful than the Annie ultimate, because you can always hit that equalizer from range. So see if LNG find a way to get onto Satab, or if Satab is going to just have to settle. We talked about when the last Annie pick came through in the last series about how if you don't have that flash, sometimes you just have to hit what's in front of you. So that will limit Satab's ability in these next fights. Minute and 40 seconds until this Dragon, looking to even it up at 1 apiece. As Thunder Talk have many members on the bot side, and they're clearing out all the vision they need.
And you know, Yanni, in line with me continuing to be the CEO of Annie Hate, try and find me a game where an Annie has a gold lead over their counterpart, right?
Yeah.
Like TT have a gold lead. Satab is still behind. He's down on XP and he's down on gold. And I do think that if LNG were to win this game, it would be off the back of Hai Chao. And that was before the game had even started. That was just the way that this composition has been drafted for LNG. But the fact that he has a gold lead over his counterpart is definitely not helping the cause.
And it feels like that's kind of been the story of the year for LNG and teams that play against them. Make Hai Chao beat you. Hai Chao had a lead in that last game, could not convert it. He's got a lead now, and he's going to have to be the guy that LNG can rely on. You know, he was one of the guys that we expected some changes to be made. Again, LNG relatively muted on changes, but he wasn't able to get it done the first time. He's had a couple of MVPs this year, sure, but he's going to need to come up big here in this game to try to even the series and keep LNG out of the dumpster.
Yeah, and I do think that, you know, LP on this Lucian is going to have a completely different game to the one we saw with him on the Varus, where he was, you know, I think on the Varus doing a good amount of damage, however, very frequently dying because he was just getting chained on by a Scion and then a Xin Zhao as well to boot. So I think this time around he's got a much easier champion to evade those situations, but also there's a lot less threat onto him as well. You're looking at, you know, Rakan Nocturne On as being something that you can get away from, especially with that cleanse. As Dragon spawns up in just a second's time, Hoya's made the first move. Zika has teleport, so has a chance.
All right, LP's flash can be forced out early. Just alone on that mid wave. A nice move there by Thunder Talk. They have purchase over the river. The AD carry is without flash. LNG looking to move in. Perhaps it's time they pull the trigger. Culling coming down. Feather going in. Flashing to the bad side, but he can't taunt up the Lucian. Big knock-up coming through as well from the Chrom. And now the Nocturne is on top of LP. Called the Forge out to come in and knock him up as well. Equalizer splits the gap, but not doing a whole lot of damage. Next target, and dead is Zhao Feng. 5v3. Can Thunder Talk get more? So he's going to hop over the wall. Not going to get tagged by anything more than a claw. And it's a 2-0 for Thunder Talk.
Lookup comes through. Gonna quickly just hop back out to safety. But 2 kills for Thunder Talk there, unanswered by LNG, as well as 1xN getting a little bit of free time in that mid lane to try and do a little bit of structural damage as well. LNG continuing to struggle in this series and continuing to struggle in Group Nirvana here up against some of the big dogs that have made their way down, as well as some of the dogs in the group that were previously pretty darn strong as well. Lucky on the spot side as Zika steps up. Don't want to be too close here.
Alright, Rude. This team vexes me, man. You have Azir. You have Azir. You can play late game. I understand you have Lucian. He's good at this point in the game. But you're behind a little bit, and you can't allow ThunderTalk to get ahead. And you just go and you decide to fight an objective that is already done.
Yeah, that's... They turn up late, and unfortunately, you know, the way that this composition functions, it's not all in sync, okay? The Lucian kind of wants to skirmish. The Rumble and the Vi are a little bit down to skirmish as well, but then they get Zyodon, and they've got some really anti-disengage tools, but they're at the objective first, which I think is how they need to play these setups, and they've got the numbers as well. They see Hoya down in the bot lane, so they're going to be able to secure this Rift Herald for themselves and be able to push a little bit of a lead, hopefully get some gold back with that, and use it on a structure.
And that's the difference between these two teams. ThunderTalk don't force. Thunder goes, he pokes his head in. He's like, alright, we can't really do anything. I'm going to hop back over the wall. ThunderTalk lets the objective go. Yes, this is an important objective for LNG. It could catapult them back into the game. They're not down that far yet. But they need to give more resources into Haichao. They need to allow him to flourish later. And they have to make better decisions. When a fight is losing, cut it. And when a fight is winning, push the advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Try, you know, have a little bit of oomph, have a little bit of gumption. Make sure that you're pushing the pace of the game and using your advantages when you've got them. Poor Featherman. This guy just wants to recall, and maybe this is going to inspire TT to try and make a play down on this top side as well to try and respond to this, because he's kind of the only one here. TP, ward in from Zhuo. Okay, so the Rift Herald being put to good use already. And in fairness here, LNG making the proactive play. TT knew this was coming like a mile away. The amount of times that he got stopped on his recall and nothing really was done is, you know, an indicator of maybe struggles.
Nice vision trick there coming through from Zhao Feng. Now they're just going to head upstairs and look for Haichao. He's forced to flash away. So it's still a fairly successful play for the ThunderTalk jungle.
Yeah, no flash on your Azir. Again, he's the big ticket carry for LNG. Just got funneled that gold as well from the turret. So very happy to see that they are making those proactive plays and that they are looking to punish those members who are a little bit too far forward. Reminder that killing an Azir as a Nocturne is going to be very difficult. Or killing an Azir as a Nocturne, excuse me, is very difficult. Not only because he's got the slide and glide, but also because he can shove you away with his Emperor's Divide as well. So there's plenty of tools at the disposal of the Azir to keep himself safe and sound.
Nearing the 18-minute mark, another Dragon coming up in about a minute. We have Otacon in 2 minutes as well, and it's still a 1,300 gold lead for ThunderTalk. The needle has not moved all that much. And with LNG swiping up that one Dragon, we didn't really talk about how the Dragon stacking gets affected by that. Just mean that they bought themselves a couple of minutes for Haichao to get into the game, so long as they don't toss it away. That will be worthwhile as Zhuo is caught out here looking to potentially toss it away, but Big Rom Shield doing a lot, Culling coming down, but it is just tickling right now. It does take Feather to a little over half, but there's no objective to fight over just yet. 25 seconds, LNG on the top side of the map here, but Zhuo is forced to flash away. He's up too far.
Yeah, really good play initially by Feather to block all of that, and then also by 1xN afterwards to force the flash from Zhuo, who's a little bit too far forward and, you know, could have probably done without burning his flash there and really, you know, costing his team just a little bit, mainly costing himself, honestly. Like, that's not a big Braum tool to engage with frequently, isn't Flash Winter's Bite, but you know, on an instant where he might need to get out to safety, don't have that opportunity as TT now secure a second Dragon for themselves. An Infernal that gets triple stacked for either of these sides is going to do great work. Looking across the board, probably a little bit more for the LNG side, as they're the ones that have to battle up against a couple of tanks.
I know you said ThunderTalk was going to secure that Dragon, and nobody on LNG was even close except for LP, but with the way this team has contested some objectives, I wasn't entirely sold on it, Rude Dude. I thought that maybe there was a world where I'm glad we don't live in that world as 1XN is just 2v1ing right now and forcing LP and Zhuo off. 20 seconds until this Otacon. You can see the vision line starting to encroach on LNG's side of the jungle. They've got pink wards down. They've got priority with Satab. Aki is just waiting in the wings with the Paranoia up and ready to go.
Yeah, like you say, with Satab pushing up this far, you begin to think, actually, is he too far forward? You've highlighted Aki's right there with him, and it's like Satab starting this off with a couple of autos. He's trying to keep his stun ready, so he's not really offering too much to Aki right now, and hops back to the mid lane wave. They're going to know that this is happening. 1XN started this, there's a TP gone into the tri-brush. LNG, this is your time to try to contest. This is your time to pull the trigger.
5,000 HP, they've struggled to pull the trigger. Will LNG be able to do it? It's getting lower and lower, and Zhao Feng elects not to go in, and now he's going to be knocked up. Feather coming through, doing a lot. Equalizer down, but here's the Paranoia. Aki trying to get to the backside. They do manage to find LP. Lower and lower. Feather with the knockup onto Haichao there. A lot of damage coming through from Zika though. Another knockup. Feather is there. 1XN is full HP. Another knockup found. A double kill for 1XN.
Thunder Talk again, just coming away with this fight. It wasn't even close. Yes, they take down Satab. Yes, they take down Aki. But Haichao is the only member left standing. The Tier 1 will fall, the Atacon will fall, and Thunder Talk are running away with game number 2. It all starts with a pretty botched engage on this top side. You can see that Zhao Feng's trying to find his way into the pit, but he's just used his Q aggressively to go nowhere. Flash engage from Satab catches both of the bot lane members and actually sets up for Aki to get into the backline and take down the Lucian. The exhaust comes through late, which means that the Lucian's already dead by the time that exhaust happens. And try as Zika might, he gets 2 kills in the backline, but he's not able to do enough. He's not able to turn the tides of the fight into a 3 versus 5. And Haichao, in the midst of a Paranoia, can never really walk forward because he doesn't know what he's walking into.
What a fight by Feather, by the way. This guy landed knockup after knockup after knockup, doing so much. It all came together there for Thunder Talk. And again, it's LNG just waiting, and now TT are looking to just pick them all off. They're going to go all in on Zhao Feng, and he will fall once again. Haichao is going to get caught out now too. He stuck around a little too long, and they get surrounded. It's a double kill for 1XN again.
And LNG just continue to struggle. This early season is just not going their way at all. 1XN with the Feather by his side, Satab by his side, has never really looked like he's going to get touched this game. 5-0-2, having a monster performance, but really off the back of his support, giving him some great help. Really off the back of his jungler as well, having a pretty decent performance. Again, my question marks for Aki have been pretty large, but in this series, certainly proving that in Group Nirvana, he's definitely got what it takes. An attempted engage onto Zhao Feng, and successfully so, as the knockup comes through from downtown, and Haichao, you've got nothing left to do here. It's just great spacing.
Yeah, Aki has been a really good jungler here in Group Nirvana. I think that it's something we could have expected. I know that he struggled a lot in Group Ascend and was, widely seen as one of the worst junglers right now. And I really hate to say that, but it seems like this has been a little bit of a wake-up call on a new team. It could be the new team honeymoon, who knows? But he has looked like a different player so far in Group Nirvana.
I will say in his first series definitely did struggle, so there are still some of those question marks, but Hoya now the focus. There's a TP coming in and Paranoia.
Yeah, let's see where
2
Aki's going
TPs.
to go. He's just waiting it out. Now he's going to go all the way in. He's going to target Zika out. There's the equalizer. It's going to do a lot of damage. Feather and Aki trying to get out of there, but it's stunned onto Haichao, and he will fall to 4v3. But will LNG continue? They're unable to.
Yeah, I mean, Baron spawns in 40. They probably get the Dragon off of this, which is going to be really important for them. Aki sending it a bit too far forward there, unfortunately. Straight into the backline and just gets taken down. Haichao, unfortunately, he goes forward with the scoop, tries to pick people up, but isn't quite able to do so. 1XN's looking to rush this down here with his timings, trying to find his way forward and get to the pit ahead of time so he can maybe catch somebody out.
Looks like he's going to be spotted. He gets figured out, and he's not going to really be able to be successful in that venture.
I
hope.
Hit a lot, down to half HP of just a couple
I mean,
of
that
auto
might do
attacks.
it. That saves
Yeah.
it. That's actually so disappointing, because they knew that the Xayah was there. Zhuo TP'd into the Raptor Pit to be able
what
to
are we
hit
doing
that
here?
cone and to spot people out.
All right, LNG has done this before where they shade to the Baron and don't actually do it. Pings are down on it. The Dragon is dead. And LNG makes no commitment toward this top side other than getting the crab.
And at this stage as well, it's really tricky for them to do much more. With the Paranoia being available, with Satab ready with Flash as well, like, it is tricky for them to look to go any further forward. This is a replay of how this fight in the top side actually broke down, and, you know, at this point you're thinking, well, TT probably just roll this if they play it, you know, a little bit slow. Arky goes in, gets taken down. It's a really good equalizer from Zika. Haichao goes for the scoop, but he gets stunned on his entry, so by the time that he arrives and by the time he can actually use his ult, Satab's got out. 1xN had actually already flashed out to safety, and now we cut back to live where Zhuo is dicing a little bit with death here.
They're going to be able to hop away, and you know, we talked about Aki being a new player, and then he immediately goes in and a little too deep, and they were backing off. They cut the vision. You should have just let him walk out, bud. But, you know, still a couple of oopsies here and there. Again, it is Group Nirvana. We're not expecting the gameplay to be perfect. We are expecting these teams to build a strong foundation, try to get to the top 4. And I think that for some of them, if they can contend with the bottom 4 Ascend teams and make them interesting series, that is a solid goal for them.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for, really, more than anything. As you see Satab, he's doing such a good job at zoning out LP, and with this Nocturne going in.
All right, we're going to target out Haichao. He's going to knock a member back, but
There
Satab
it is.
in with the stun, finds his man. Zhuo's got to flash away. LP can't do anything, and Thunder Talk immediately to the Baron.
Yep, with the mid laner down. Remember, this is the one part of LNG that we theorized might be able to do something. Now Zika does have a 2k gold lead. He still has Equalizer, and TT are in the pit. 3-item rumble could be the difference maker.
Equalizer, or not Equalizer, Call the Forge God, not going to hit anybody, but Zhao Feng goes in to immediately flash out. LP's going to dash forward. He's going to cleanse, but even he is limping away. Feather,
I like the effort.
chase down.
Not quite able to do it, and, you know, goes in, gets the Flicker Blades procs really quickly, able to dash in and back out. And I think they're trying to trade there. Take down Satab's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, your 2-item Lucian, and one of those items doesn't contain any AD, so it's really tricky for you to do the damage at this point in the game. Replay of all this starting off. I mean, Aki just, like, last time he went deep, this time he went deep as well, but just a little bit more focus, a little bit more attention. And I will call out as well, the block on the shuffle as well. Really solid positioning from this Nocturne, is he actually positions his body in the way of the Sand Soldier so that Haichao can't shuffle to it, instead shuffles into him. He's happy to have to do an extra 100 damage from the Sand Soldier shield in exchange for being able to wail away at the Azir.
Yeah, a much better fight, a much better Paranoia this time around from Aki. Other than that one little hiccup has been great. Satab, we called out that flash before the fight. It was money. The LNG were far apart. Thunder Talk knew they could get there, and they have put the boot on the throat of LNG this game. Drag it up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So Thunder Talk looking to get in there, maybe get this inhibitor. We'll see if LNG are going to try to do something in this mid lane right now.
Yeah, they need to. They're losing their inhibitor here.
They are so afraid. They are afraid to fight, Rude Dude.
All right, well, the inhibitor, I think, stands strong. Are they going to let it die? No. It's going down. TT have decided that they want this inhibitor instead of the tier 1 turret mid lane, or tier 2 turret, which, honestly, it's a very fine trade. It's not going to go down. They've decided that they don't want the inhibitor. I've lied. They were shepherding out their bot lane. They'll take the gold. They'll take the turrets.
He's still down there.
Yeah, he is, but he can join with ulti as well, so it's not looking awful. And they didn't even get the turret. So TT a little bit in split minds as well, it's worth saying. Not really sure where it is that they're looking for, but I mean, with the Baron and with how far ahead they are, like this shouldn't have been as difficult as they've made it. But they've gone for the low risk approach. Odds are they can go back to base, set up around the dragon, and then secure said dragon and have an Infernal Soul for future fights, which is much lower risk than, I guess, the slightly more scary attempts that they were making around the base.
Yeah, and Thundertalk have been largely dominating LNG in these fights too, so it's even lower than on an average game, I think.
Yeah.
LNG are going to have to dig deep and go to somewhere where they have not gone before and try to grit their teeth and keep this game together.
I mean, even if they concede this dragon, like, this is the power that TT have right now, is they're not pressed to take this dragon. They've got a Baron buff minion wave if they wanted to. They could have just gone and sent it for inhibs, but they're looking for both.
Xiaofeng wants to get in there. It's getting low, and it's secured by Thundertalk. And this is going to be a complete wipe.
Dear.
Big knock up on the backside. You can see
dear.
this triple stack Infernal Soul doing the most. Triple kill 1xN, a 2-0 for Thundertalk as they dominate LNG.
And that fight just wasn't even close, Yanni. I'm going to keep it a stack. They got absolutely walked. This series wasn't even close. LNG, without really anything in the tank, and Thundertalk send themselves to 2-1. And after their first day where they had a terrible showing versus EDG, have now bounced back to find themselves a second series win.
Very, very good start from Thundertalk. They get the job done against the teams that you expect them to beat, the Ultra Primes and the LNGs. If they can refine themselves against those teams, then maybe they can contend and go play against the EDGs and the NIPs of the world. You know that Aki probably has it circled on the calendar to play against his former team.
Yeah, that matchup against NIP is waiting for him. He's certainly looking at it and thinking, this is my time to maybe make them regret that they'd swapped me out, or maybe to show that I'm, you know, a worthwhile player to have on a roster. I mean, looking at the lineups, they don't play for a little while, as far as I can tell.
August 5th.
But yes, that's week 3 at the very minimum, so it's going to be a decent ways away. But I mean, for at the very least, TT going into the end of today, they can be very happy with how they've performed. A 2-0 is much better off for them. They got 0-2 to start off their season. They then 2-1 series up against Ultra Prime, which we would have expected them to probably 2-0. And in the series up against LNG, where we expect them to 2-0, they look very convincing and do exactly that.
Yeah, and in that EDG loss, I mean, Thundertalk wanted to be super aggressive, but Aki got counter-ganked when they went to go gank bot, put him behind the curve. So I think if you can counter-gank Aki on the first move, put him behind, it'll be a big avenue to beat a team like Thundertalk. And, you know, it was the first series, though. So obviously, maybe it was, hey, a little bit more synergy, a little bit more time. We get to go work on things, and they'll look a lot better. I think I firmly put them in the 3rd, 4th place tier of teams. They still need to show me something that they can beat NIP, that they can beat EDG. NIP did not look infallible, but at the beginning of this game, we talked, in the series, we talked about how it wasn't really close. Early on in that first game, there was still some fighting back and forth, but as the game progressed, we saw a lot of LNG's inability to be aggressive, and that just let Thundertalk walk over the game.
Yeah, and I think that for LNG, it goes back to the drawing board, right? Like, these pseudo-engaged styles aren't really working for them. If they just go for something that it can be super to the point, and I think as well that game number 1, they kind of had a little bit of that with the Jarvan, that they had a genuine just, okay, now I need to go forward style of champion. But they weren't able to harness that, and I think they're just giving a little bit more resource to how well they are looking at their engages, who they're looking to play on their engaged champs, and maybe giving engaged duties to different players as well. Could be something that lends them a little bit more opportunity for success. But obviously they've got a 0-2 start to the season now. They've got 8 games to try and turn this back around, and hey, an 8-2 record is going to get you top 4. If they can spin it around, they'll be absolutely fine, but it's a very tall ask for them, given what we've already seen from this team so far this season, which has been pretty weak stuff.
And I have to say, I'm not sure what they're afraid of. It's not like Split 2, where if you finish bottom 2, you're out. Like, the season is just over. And as far as I know, it doesn't mean you're going to start in Ascend in 2026. Obviously, that's a little ways off. So just like, what do you have to lose? Obviously, there's the court of public opinion. When you are a player, court of public opinion's not great on you. We talk career-altering stuff. We don't really want to get into that. But as a team, there's opportunities here. I want to see the next time LNG plays to just go for it, man. Just try it. Shoot or shoot. And these guys ain't shooters.
Yeah, and by the time that they've started shooting, the game's already far too far gone. Like that Jarvan game, for example.
Hit a 3 to cut the deficit to 42.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's just not worth it. Because they've missed those opportunities earlier on in the game. I do think game number 1 was a really good hallmark of some of the issues that they found. But to take a look at the post-game statistics for this one, I mean, in game number 1, we highlighted that there was about a 5-minute window where LNG looks like they had a lead. We're struggling to find anything over 200 gold, which is negligible and not really worth mentioning, as Thunder Talk really controlled this game and controlled this series.
Yeah, and especially, this game, as you said, it was just absolute domination from wire to wire. And now we get to talk about potential MVP. Big shout to Zika for having a good damage there. Take a look at 1xNs. We said earlier damage isn't everything, but in this game, it felt like damage was a lot. I think that Satab and I think that Aki played well, but Feather was just picking him up and putting him down this fight and squeezing out as much damage as he could.
I mean, there's a triple knock-up on that one at level 4. And I mean, if we count up the number of players knocked up, normally you probably value the power of a Rakan over an Ornn just in general. But in this game as well, it's probably going to be so emphasized as Feather, this is probably his rare whiffed engage where he doesn't actually find access to the AD carry. But what he does do is bait out enough of the spells to allow for the rest of his team to come on in and finish off the job. And I do think that overall, just the power that Feather brought to this series, as well as the 100% kill participation, was a very big switch up. Because in game number 1, his Alistar didn't look the best. It didn't look like it was awful, but it wasn't crystal clear. Whereas this time round, actually very impressed with what he was able to do. 100% kill participation is always very impressive, especially on a support.
Yeah, and this fight in particular was where he really showed up. He hit a knock-up after knock-up. He forced Hai Chao out of the fight on the flash knock-up. Not much more you can say. Definitely think we should be giving our MVP over to support this game. I think if they gave it over to 1xN, it'd be all right. But Feather, there's not too many games as a support where you're really going to be like, that guy should have been the MVP. I think this is one of them, so they have to give it to him.
How many EDG games have you watched so far? Just because
okay.
There are some counter-arguments being made in that
This is
camp.
fair.
However, in this instance, I have no qualms at all with the Feather MVP votes. As like you say, there are counter-arguments. There's a world where we see it go to 1xN for him being so impressive, just on the Xayah, never really getting touched, having a pretty flawless performance. But expectation is that it was the setup that made it a lot easier, and the setup that made it possible was coming from Feather.
Really good stuff out of Feather for a guy that early on so far the split, we didn't have too much to talk about with him. We know he's good. We know he pairs well with 1xN, but he hadn't really been wowing lately. He had just been solid pairing. Good stuff. This game was where he really turned it on. He really showed up. He wants to make sure that Thunder Talk are playing at their peak, that are going after these top 2 spots. We have our MVP. It goes to 1xN.
Yeah, again, he did a lot of damage.
He did a lot this game.
10-0-4. He didn't die. They
didn't spoon feed him. He worked for every one of those.
I think he secured a lot of objectives as well. Like the soul was picked up by 1xN because he root called 40 feathers through it, and he did have a lot of standout moments. So it's not unfounded.
Yeah, not going to be too upset at that. Feather robbed, but really not that bad. We do have the standings update ready, so let's go and take a look at the standings and see where we shake out as we are heading to the end of the second week of play. IG, after their victory over JDG, now sitting at 2-1 along with Weibo, top esports 3-0. We are still yet to see our Giants coming back from MSI, AL, and BLG. Excited to see those guys. And over on the side of Nirvana, things really starting to take shape. LGD needs to separate themselves from the pack. They've only played one game, so they will have opportunities to do so.
Yeah, it's about whether or not they join that bottom 3 or if they're going to start trying to merge into the top 4 and really separate where we think our playing teams are going to end up being. I mean, you can already start to see a little bit of the pack in the Group Ascend standings as well, with WE struggling a little bit, with FPX being 0-2 as well. And now with JDG that we saw earlier on going down in relatively swift fashion as well. Concerns about how well those roster changes are actually impacting them and whether or not they were the picks that needed to be made.
The drama is high. You're going to have to keep an eye on some of these teams as they go and fight for an extra spot at Worlds and look to represent the LPL. We still have a long split ahead of us, but it always is nice to follow around and watch as things take shape from start to finish. That's going to do it for us here this evening, but we do want to thank our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Forest Without, and owners of a Silmaril, because their pledged financial contributions help level up our broadcast. They give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. That's going to wrap a bow on things. Tomorrow, Friday, EDG versus NIP, LGD versus LNG. Yes, it is a full Nirvana day. Cubby and Mazel are going to be on the cast for that. For myself, for Rudude, for Kai, pushing the buttons behind the glass. We want to thank you all so much for being here with us today. And we hope to see you tomorrow for some more LPL action.
Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running.